ably led by, Telnet, ably led by Dr. Keru, God bless his soul, and Dr. Denloy, Dr. Ishaku, when they started off in in the 80s actually, but they became a lot more prominent in the 90s. A number of companies, like quite a number of us sitting in this room, have benefited from the pioneering strides of this gentleman and lady who, well, some of them are no longer with us, some of them are still with us, some of them are in retirement, but we see quite a lot of things happening. In the era of the 6G artificial intelligence, hyperscalers, our continent boasts just over 1,000,000 kilometers of fiber network and limited data center capacity. This is a stark contrast to the rapidly advancing digital landscape in other parts of the world. The importance of robust digital infrastructure cannot be overstated. Information and communication technology is not only a significant contributor to Africa's GDP, but also a fundamental enabler of other critical factors, from agriculture to healthcare, to education, to finance, where my company plays a whole big role in Africa, and I'll get into the world. Digital infrastructure underpins the growth and development of these industries. For instance, in agriculture, digital tools they encourage productivity and market access. I'm sure a number of us must have seen a viral video that went around a few years ago when the Israeli Prime Minister was talking about how they were using artificial intelligence for crop level monitoring. I mean, who would have believed that Israel, an arid land, so to speak, would do so well in agriculture? But they are. What are they leveraging on? The secret was no longer a secret when their prime minister came out and said it's all due to using digital technology and artificial intelligence. In healthcare, ICT facilities facilitate telemedicine and efficient health record management. So, again, in Nigeria, we are challenged, and some of us have said, very soon, we will only be consulting native doctors. And I'm sure you understand why. Because all the doctors are leaving the country and looking for better things for themselves. I won't blame them, but the bottom line is that those of us who are here still need to be taken care of. How are we going to manage the doctor density to the population that is exploding? The only way we're going to be able to do this effectually is the use of IT, using things like telemedicine, and of course, it's only going to happen because we have the infrastructure to back it up. However, particular segment of the industry faces very pressing challenges. There have been noticeable decline in critical investments, which threaten to hinder our progress. Issues such as high costs, limited access, and varying levels of digital literacy contribute to the obstacles we face. These barriers delay Africa's digital journey and restrict our ability to fully capitalize on the potential benefits of advanced technology. I'm sure you and I agree with me that it's a game of investment. Not only are you investing for capacity, you are investing to ensure that obsolete investments also are taken care of. So it's a game of seriousness. It's a game that requires all of us to roll up our sleeves if we are going to become a significant player and not just a mere consumer of technology. With Africa's population projected to reach 2.4 billion by 2050, again, we talk about population. The urgency of investing in digital infrastructure has never been more evident than it is today. To address these challenges and close the digital divide that we all talk about, we must prioritize the development of comprehensive and robust digital networks. This investment is not just about laying fiber optic cables or expanding data centers. It is about building a foundation for collaboration, for future growth, innovation, and ultimately economic prosperity. Because whatever we do, if anybody is putting down some naira, some dollars, some euro, we expect to get returns on them. And there's only one way it's going to happen: when whatever we are doing becomes part and parcel of national development and national growth. As we work towards this vision, there are several key outcomes we seek from this conference. One, we want to resolve regulatory challenges. We need to address and resolve the regulatory side issues that currently impede progress. These issues include simplifying and unifying regulations, and all of you are involved in that, you all know about it. Arbitrary taxation, and ensuring the security of investment and individuals. Having a clear and stable regulatory environment will foster growth and encourage investment in our digital infrastructure. And we look forward to discussing and agreeing and actioning on these outcomes. I'm sure a good number of you in the room already have these kind of issues, right-of-way issues. How much power do you have available to some of your base stations, and so on and so forth. But again, things are happening. I think only very recently, a critical national infrastructure bill has been signed, and we really do look forward to that. But let me say this, not just on a lighter note, but on a serious note. It's necessary for government to come and take a look at this room and understand that the critical national infrastructure are not in fiber optic cables or cell towers. Critical national infrastructure are the gentlemen and the ladies that are sitting in this room. You need to be protected. Secondly, we need to improve operator collaboration. Yes, while we are competing, we also need to know that there's unity when we come together to achieve common goals. And actually, when we bake bigger pies, it doesn't disenfranchise us from claiming part of the pie. So this is important. So enhancing collaboration among operators is very crucial. By working together, we can deepen the digital divide and bridge the gap between Nigeria and the rest of the world. Across all stakeholders represented in this room, we have sufficient knowledge to drive a lasting change. I strongly believe that. We have to collaborating to solve common problems and foster trust among the stakeholders and create an environment where innovation and progress can flourish. Across the continent, the challenges and opportunities are similar, and that's true. And the broader, more collaborative approach will lift our boats. I totally agree that we are in competition sometimes, but sometimes our common interests are sufficient to bring us together and shed the toga of cutthroat competition to make our individual businesses better and ultimately to create both economic growth, but much more importantly, development in the country. I'm an economist. I can speak on growth, and I can speak on development all day, but it's not a day for that. But I want to say that if there's any set of people who have the capacity to create inclusive growth and improve on the human capital development index of Nigerians, it is those of you in this room. And you have that challenge as you think of creating value and of creating wealth for yourselves. Think about creating a better and brighter Africa for your children and for your grandchildren. We need to communicate readiness to investors. This is true. We've said it. If we're going to get serious with what we are doing, it's a game of dollars, pounds, euros, and naira. And as an economist, I know that money, like water, will always find the lowest point. What are those things that we need to do to bring investors. And I can tell you for free that investments coming into any country, investments coming into any company, investment coming into any organization is a game of what narratives that we sell. So it is our responsibility to ensure that we create the right narratives. It is our responsibility to ensure that the legends, the stories, the truths that you know are well told. The information that you have are well disseminated in a manner that actually lifts up the country, in a manner that actually creates an enabling environment for people who might not be as close to us as those of you in this room are. I know for sure that very many people, if you just took to media, a number of people probably don't even want to come to Nigeria. But you and I are here. Our lives are not really worse off than those that are out there. It is your responsibility, it is my responsibility to communicate what the possibilities are with Nigeria and with Africa. In my journey in Inlax Computers and my years in Nigeria's financial institution, I've led such financial systems for over 30 years as CEO. And in my role as chairman of Demo Africa, again, it speaks to what we are talking about. We did Demo Africa 2014, 2015. What did we do? We told our stories. We told our stories right. A lot of investments have since been in the Nigerian tech space, courtesy of truth well told. And we continue to do the same thing. And of course, today, being a leader in the tech industry, past president of the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria, I can tell you that the potentials in Africa are right. One thing I want to say to you and to anybody that cares to listen is that we are black, we are not daft. If it can be done anywhere in the world, we, you, and I have the capacity to do it. Not only do we have the capacity to do it, we have the capacity to be world-class. As we embark on this conference, let us embrace the opportunity to collaborate, to share insights, and to forge partnerships that will drive the future of Africa's digital infrastructure. Together, we can overcome the challenges, unlock new opportunities, and pave the way for a more connected and prosperous Africa. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this beautiful conference. Have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can do much better than that. Please, a round of applause to our chairperson for this morning, who has done a phenomenal job in setting the framework for why we are here. Dr. Yele Okeremi, thank you so much, sir, the CEO of PFS. For those of you joining via YouTube, great to have you with us as well online. And the only thing you'll miss out is probably the tea break and the food and a bit more of the food. But the knowledge will be shared. I love what he said about building a foundation for economic prosperity. And I think that more or less sums up why we are here. Just on this first row, on average of maybe 20 years experience, we have, give or take, 200 years of experience on just that first row. Not to talk of the other roles and other stakeholders in this sector. The people are the infrastructure. I also took note of that, which is very, very important. The data centers, the cables, fiber cables, optic cables, all the cabling, is part of the journey, but it's not about that. It's about the people. And the black people, like you rightly said, are indeed not daft. We're very, very smart. And if you look at the trend of what is happening, and if you do a bit more research as to those who are pace setters in the sector, there is an African somewhere in the equation, either at the top, the middle, bottom, but they add and they contribute. If only we could bring all that back home. Talking about data centers and infrastructure, it is a pleasure to put up on screen our next address, and this is by the CEO of Apollo Program Chair, AFCOM and Data Center World, in the person of Bill Clayman, who will be talking about data center and cloud address. Thanks to technology, he's unavoidably absent, but we will still get the message across through multimedia. But before that, I would like to turn your attention to the multimedia screen for a short introductory video. Thank you very much.
Africa's digital infrastructure is broken. Despite the recent advancements, our ecosystem is fragmented, giving us a mismatch between surplus international capacity from subsea cables in a few places and inadequate local infrastructure in many others. Why does this matter? 60 years ago, the democratization of subsea cables transformed our internet space and capacity, improving them by over 1,000%. This leap ignited a tech revolution, fueling startups and economic growth across Africa. Yet, we have only utilized less than 15% of the available capacity, and today we have double the subsea capacity that we had before. To fully harness this potential, we must focus on localizing our traffic and our data. This isn't only about efficiency, though that is a good point. It is also about scalability, sustainability, and sovereignty. The current lack of widespread digital access hampers our progress towards all the inclusions, financial, healthcare, and even economic empowerment. For example, more Nigerians lack financial access than the entire population of Canada. Africa represents 18% of the world's population, but has less than 0.02% of the global fiber optic cable infrastructure and under 1% of the world's data center capacity. With our population set to grow by 70% in the next 20 years, the need for a robust digital infrastructure for the continent is urgent. Today, we stand at a crossroad with the opportunity to go forward and change Africa's digital narrative or to do nothing. We must collaborate to build the infrastructure that will enable our thinkers, our doers, our creators, and our builders. This transformation requires collaboration among operators, among investors, and among governments. With the Convergence Africa, our goals are clear. Foster partnerships, uniting the digital infrastructure industry to bridge gaps and enhance access and inclusion. We want to learn from global operators by engaging with regions that have more mature infrastructure to accelerate our progress. We want to improve trust and collaboration among regulators, among operators, among investors, and other stakeholders to support an environment for innovation. We want to strengthen intra-African collaboration by working together across borders to develop a unified digital infrastructure for all Africans. As the African proverb goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us choose a path that takes us farther. Together, we can build a digitally connected Africa that is ready to shine on the global stage.
And shine on the global stage, we are ready indeed. It's still Hyperscalers Convergence Africa, HCA 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Bill Clayman.
In that supply range and is gaining the attention of investors, lenders, developers seeking new opportunities in great. Hello, everybody, and a big, big hello to Lagos, Nigeria. I'm so grateful that you're letting me join you today for this really wonderful conversation. Thank you. I'm grateful. I can feel the energy in the room. I appreciate you. Appreciate all of you sending the love this way. We have got a very important topic to talk about, and thank you again for inviting me here, especially Temi, for this really wonderful conversation. So AI in the data center, it's a part of our conversation, but understanding a new market. By way of introduction, I am Bill Clayman, the co-founder and CEO of Apollo.us. You can check us out in what we do. We are the industry's only multi-tenant AI and MLOps platform that is converting data centers into AI powerhouses. Prior to this, I was a part of the Switch team, and I had the chance to see the company grow and excel and scale. And ultimately, I was a part of the executive team that saw them sell and go private for $11 billion. I'm also the contributing editor to Information Week, Data Center Knowledge, Data Center Frontier, Dark Reading, and I'm honored to be the program chair of AFCOM Data Center World here in the United States. All right. That was it. That's the introduction to me. We're literally going to just jump right into the conversation because there's a lot of really important things that we want to cover. Now, by the way, I love an interactive audience. If you have a question or a comment or a concern, anything like that, type it in, think about it, send it to me when you get a chance. I'll have all my social media channels up a little bit later, but definitely let's keep this conversation going. So as a part of this actually pretty brief chat, maybe only about 15 more minutes, we're going to talk about data centers by the numbers. We're going to talk about AI impact, the impact on power, looking at an all-new region, Africa, of course, GPUs in the data center, and honestly, I'm going to leave you with the two most important things that you need to be successful, especially in today's age with AI, data centers, and high density. So you'll want to make sure you stay tuned for that because these are the most important two things that I've found to be successful, and I'm going to make sure I share them with you. But let's take a deep breath. Let's start at the very top. What does the market look like right now across the entire world? And I guess in case you've been living under a rock, data centers and technology, we're not going anywhere. If anything, we're only going to continue to grow and expand and grow in importance as well. A new report came out from Synergy Research Group. You can actually check out some of the reporting that we've done on it over in Data Center Knowledge. There are now about 1,000 hyperscale data centers in the world, 3 times as many as there were just about 5 or 6 years ago. And back in 2020, during the pandemic days, 52 of these facilities came online despite crazy logistical and supply chain issues. 451 Research, now a part of S&P, actually has a really cool database. They track over 10,000 co-location and wholesale data centers worldwide. So this number is not slowing down. It's only going to continue to grow. We'll talk about that in just a second. But there are some really important trends in this industry as data center capacity trends impact our workloads. And this is really important. So about 5 years ago, almost 60% of data center capacity was an on-premise data center. So think like an enterprise that owns those facilities. Well, that's not really efficient. And to be honest, some of the most least efficient or inefficient facilities are the ones owned by enterprises because, Nike should be out there making shoes, not building data centers. So they started to turn those infrastructure pieces over to co-locations and hyperscalers, which is why you see those numbers from 2022 to 2027 obviously continue to expand. So fewer enterprise and more hyperscale, co-location, non-hyperscale types of facilities, which bodes really well for you. And we'll talk about that in just a second because there are so many new markets that are emerging all across the world. Now, primary markets, including here in the United States, are well beyond the 1,000 megawatt mark. They continue to see strong growth. Here in the United States, we're starting to see markets emerge outside of the big sports stadium cities, right? Smaller markets, smaller remote locations and regions, which is, again, great because we are seeing the evolution and growth of digital infrastructure in big locations and also at the edge. Secondary markets have continued to grow quite a bit in that supply range and is gaining the attention of investors, lenders, developers seeking new opportunities in great markets. And here's another really important one, emerging markets. This is one that I look at all the time, and I absolutely believe that while there are still some challenges, new data centers, containerized development, modular architectures, prefabricated hyperconverged systems, we are seeing more of these being brought up online in these emerging markets, like, for example, India and, drumroll, over in Africa. Now, this map that you're looking at, you're probably thinking, Bill, there's like a tiny little circle over South Africa. It doesn't do you justice. This is actually more of a global map that honestly, from JLL, really focused much more on the European, Asian Pacific, and as well as the United States market. But remarkably, maybe not surprisingly, the African data center market continues to grow and expand. And while you see here that in South Africa, yes, there's the most amount of facilities right here where we are, where I'm lovingly presenting virtually, digitally to you. In Lagos in Nigeria, there's 14. That is the second most facilities in all of Africa, and that's only going to continue to grow. Now, I need everyone to understand this. This is really important. Growth in Africa across the major, more developed cities and locations and where there's infrastructure available is going to continue to grow. Period. This is just something that you're going to need to prepare for. And why is this happening? Well, it's because of headlines like this, what you're seeing on the main screen, where you're going to see more data centers being built. IX Africa data centers and Schneider Electric are going to be launching an AI-ready data center in Nairobi in Kenya. We're going to see the data center construction market witness investments opportunities of more than $2.5 billion. We're going to see, Equinix, there he goes, planning on opening a $390 million building, beautiful facility in Africa as well. And then obviously you see Africa data centers getting another round of funding. These are just like these are just the headlines that I could fit on here. There was a few more that were really, really great. But the reality is that this is only continuing to grow and they're going to expand. Now, friends, there's reasons why this is happening. I'm not really going to talk about email servers or SQL databases or virtualization farms. Let's be honest. And the reality here is a lot of this is being impacted because of the 500-pound, GPT elephant in the room. That's the reality. And there's going to be an impact on power in Africa because of artificial intelligence. Now, the AI impact on power is real. We see that Africa already uses a lot of power, with commercial data center usage growing by an average of 40% annually and over the past 5 years. Now, by 2026, data center power consumption is expected to reach about 8,000 gigawatt hours, growing annually by 20 to 25%. Now, that's pretty sizable. Now, Africa's data centers in the entire continent will need about 1.2 gigawatts of power by 2030 to meet demand as more people come online and as more people want and access this reliable internet service. Now, check it out. I mean, South Africa alone, just the one country, can power 3 million homes with as much energy as they use. Now, we're going to have to be more resourceful. We're going to have to find ways to be both efficient but also sustainable, leveraging things like hydro, geo, wind, all of the different kinds of power sources that we can to capture some of this new trends and momentum. Now, that being said, we know that growth is going to happen. I can tell you right now, based on the investments and conversations that I'm having with global leading investment firms in private equity and capital, they're going to be investing in the African continent. And also places like India, which, drum roll, is the most populous country in the world and actually has like maybe only 300 or 400 megawatts of power allocated to data center. Just imagine the amount of growth that's going to be happening in these kinds of emerging markets. But to be perfectly clear, there's going to be growth. And there's going to be a lot impacting what's happening in your life, in your environment. Now, these next few minutes, I need to explain these trends. Now, a part of what I get a chance to do in this industry, I also write for, I create and write the AFCOM State of the Data Center Report. And I've been doing that report for the past 8 years, and that lets me keep the pulse of the industry really, really much going and understand what we're investing in and what we're looking at from a technology perspective. So if anybody wants that report, just drop me a note. I'll see if I can get it to you a little bit later. But let's face it. The biggest push that we've had over the past year has been ChatGPT, OpenAI, whatever you want to call it, right? And I'd be willing to bet that most people in this room right now listening to me have used ChatGPT in some form or fashion. And this growth, friends, it's faster than anything we've ever seen ever before. It took ChatGPT, 5 days to hit 1 million users, and there's only one app that reached 5 million users faster than that, and that was Threads. And it rose and it fizzled, but ChatGPT is still here. The one thing that I want to leave you with, and again, we're not going to get into too much detail, is that none of this is a fad. Okay, a fad is this fidget spinner that I got on my desk that I keep myself entertained with. But this is not a fad. It's as much of a fad as when we stopped riding horses, started taking cars, stopped taking trains, and started flying in airplanes. The way we interact with data has fundamentally changed forever. And I need you to understand this for just a second. In September of 1998 was the first time that you and I were able to ask Google a question. Goodness. And so for the past 30 years, you've sat down and you type in a question and you get a blue link, right? It doesn't matter what search engine you used, Alta Vista, Ask Jeeves, DuckDuckGo, whatever you want to call it. It's a question and a blue link. Well, for the first time ever, that's not the case anymore. We're not just getting arbitrary answers, but we're getting conscious responses. I'm very careful with that word. We're getting conscious responses from the data that we can interact with. And for the first time ever, it's not a blue link anymore. If everybody listening here, you've used Google or some kind of a search engine, Bing in the past, couple of days, couple of weeks, the first response is no longer a blue link, is it? It's a generative AI response. That is how quickly this world has changed and pivoted. You need to keep that in mind. None of this is going to go away, and all of this is going to have massive impact on your infrastructure, how we build tomorrow's digital systems. Now, just to kind of put this in perspective, here in the United States, there was a conference recently in Texas, and JLL, a big provider, there's a reason why they've come out recently and said that data centers are currently the hottest asset class in the industry. Transaction sizes are growing, and you will see that in different parts of the world. For example, a gentleman stood up on stage and talked about single transaction sizes. Just one, 300 megawatts. A single transaction size of 300 megawatts, that's how much they wanted to consume, is extraordinary. And again, none of this is going to slow down, or we're going to see this continue to be a trend as people take down more capacity to support AI, higher density workloads, and so on. Now remember, it's not that there's a reason why they've come out recently and said that data.
Hello? Okay. So we just needed to demonstrate to you why we need you. We deliberately shut out the lights. Sorry, there's no way. It's NEPA. I'm so sorry, guys. It's just, I can't get out of this. We'll give the multimedia team a second to cue.
Heat exchangers bringing in liquid cooling into the actual facility are great ways to increase density and improve your overall infrastructure. Basically, all data centers are going to become AI data centers in some form or fashion. It's going to depend on you and how quickly you can get there. So adapt, or unfortunately, sometimes you're going to lose some of that business to a cloud provider. But this is the reality in our space. This growth is only going to continue. And I promised everyone that I was going to give you the Bill Clayman, the two things that you need to be successful in this industry, especially in the age of AI. And you're probably not going to be surprised by the first one. Power. You're going to need access to power. Probably one of the most important things, you're going to need to be a little bit brave. That's going to be an important one, especially as you try go out there and capture this market. Now, what does bravery look like? It might mean putting down capital for some AI gear to offer it as a service. It might mean retrofitting a facility to put rear door heat exchangers so you can support 30, 40, 50, 60 kilowatts per rack. It might mean looking at new ways to support new services for customers who want data locality, who don't necessarily want to go to the cloud, but they rely on their data center partner to build those high-density AI solutions for them. Remember, you want to manage your understanding how these new services, how these new technologies are going to be impacting you. In Africa, we're going to see more people come online. We're going to see more people using advanced services and technologies like generative AI, OpenAI, and now these open source tools like Llama 3.1, the new one from the new foundational large language model from Meta. That's an extraordinary powerful tool that's on par, if not even better, than ChatGPT for Omni. So these solutions are going to be here. And most of all, keep this conversation going. I think that there's so many avenues that we can approach together as a community, especially impacting things like digital infrastructure and democratizing these technologies and bringing them to a global end user, a workforce, or just people who want to use these solutions. So keep this conversation going. Don't stop. Find me on LinkedIn. I'm hoping that as I'm talking, my LinkedIn inbox is just blown up with a whole bunch of new connections and friends. Keep this conversation going. You can visit us, see what we're doing at Apollo. It's some extraordinary work in supporting AI within facilities and infrastructure and data centers. Most of all, don't stop talking. Keep this innovation flowing. And again, thank you for having me be a part of this conference. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. I know you know that he can't see or hear the applause, but for the sake of the recording, please let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much to Bill Clayman. Very in-depth, data-backed presentation, and of course, one is very eager about what the future holds, but I'll also put it to you that the future is here, and all we need to do is just converge and make it happen. We have our first panel session this morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. For those joining online, thank you once again for being part of this. Let me just move to the center. So what I'll do is I'll call up the moderator for the first session. And we're talking about data center and cloud address, Africa's journey to 2,500 megawatts. Please do make welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Jenny Serve, the person of Gbenga Adegbiji. Please show some love. This way, sir. Ideally, you keep clapping, just to show encouragement as well, as he makes his way and introduce the other panelists as well. Good morning, sir. All right. And this is where I kind of take off. If you guys want me to stay, say stay. Wow, you did? All right, I'll be on this side. Over to you, Gbenga. Please turn on your microphones when you do get up on stage. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure having you here. I was told the other panelists will be announced by the media. I think we should please just call the other panelists. But good morning, everyone.
Okay. Oh, so let me help you with that then. All right. So in no particular order, please welcome on stage one of the sponsors of this event, of course, partners as well, the General Manager, Technical Solutions, Managed Networks, main one. That's an Equinix company in the person of Shayo or Shademi. Please show some love. He's the good-looking guy, in case you can't figure where he is. We also have the Regional Executive of Africa Data Centers. It will be interesting to hear from him in the person of Dr. Krish Ranganath. Thank you very much, Dr. Krish. The head operations of Raxio Group, Adewale Adebisi. We also have the Executive Director, Tranus Contracting Limited, in the person of Babatunde Edo. So, once again, due to technology, Mr. Adewale Adebisi, the head operations Raxio Group, will be joining online. And as you can tell by his 2,500 megawatt smile, he is ready and gearing to go. Once again, this is a panel session on data center and cloud address, Africa's journey to 2,500 megawatts. Over to you, Gbenga.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, my co-panelists. It's a pleasure having you here. I think we have, the tone has been set by the chairman and, of course, Bill Clayman, who had said a lot of very scary things. And very scary in the sense that sometimes, you know, I was sitting down there and I was asking myself where we're going to get this power from. But we're going to talk about it. That's why we have you here. So you're welcome, gentlemen. It's a pleasure having you. The task ahead of us this morning, it's data center and cloud in Africa, the journey to 2,500 megawatt. For people that understand what a 1 megawatt is in a data center, you understand, you know, when somebody said 2,500 megawatt. So we've said it this morning. Africa is about 18% of total world population. We have less than 1% or about 1% of data center capacity, less than 0.0 something percent of fiber connectivity. And we have this task ahead of us to also be part of the global, you know, digital revolution that is coming in. Whether we like it or not, we have to be part of it. So we have a lot of gap, you know, in our infrastructure. We have a lot of gaps that we have to fill in terms of skills. We have a lot of gaps that we have to fill, even regulatory framework. Unfortunately, the world is not going to wait for us. So we have to catch up. The task ahead this morning is how do we get there? Before I will go into the deep session, I want to introduce myself. My name is Benga Adegbiji. I'm the CEO of Geneserve Limited. We do digital infrastructure. We do fiber optic. We do data center through our sister company, Whitespace Africa. And so it's a pleasure meeting you. Shayo.
Thank you, Mr. Benga, for that great introduction. My name is Oluwaseyo Oshadami. I currently head the solutions team for Main One Group across West Africa. I have been responsible for designing hyperscale customer solution, helping them to onboard their workload in West Africa. Thank you.
Morning all, I'm Krish, heading the Africa Data Centers West Africa operations. We are part of Castec or Cassava Group. We are into digital infrastructure across Africa. And we operate data centers in 3 countries as for today and expanding into another 6 countries.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Babatunde Edun. I'm the Executive Director of Tranos Contracting, responsible for strategy and government relations.
Thank you. Wale, are you there? Adewale? Okay. Hello, we can hear you, Wale. Can you introduce yourself?
All right, my name is Adewale. Okay, perfect. All right, my name is Adewale. I am head technical operations for Raxo Group. Raxo Group is a colocation data center with footprints in 7 African countries, mainly Uganda, Tanzania, Angola, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Congo, and Ivory Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Wale. If we can make that better, I think that would be very good. The connection is not so good. But let's go on. So the stage is set. We have 2,500 megawatts. That's the journey that we want to embark on in Africa. And sometimes, if you don't know where you are, it's very difficult to chart a path into what you want to do and where you're going. There has been a lot of merger acquisitions of infrastructure. There is the story of Terraco in South Africa. You know, Equinix acquired Min One in Nigeria. Digital Realty Digital Realty acquired Medallion, and so many other transactions across West Africa and the rest of Africa. Where are we today in terms of cloud adoption, Shayo? You mentioned that you do cloud solutions and, you know, hyperscale stuff. First, where are we? What do you think?
Well, if I look back in time and say 10 years ago, I'll say fantastic. We've made massive progress in terms of cloud and data center adoption. I can tell you that there was a time in this country, it was very difficult to have that conversation with customers to say, you know, bring your workload and take it to a commercially run data center. Most of the data centers are always on-prem. So there's this emotional or physical attachment to the IT professional wanting to have their servers in their environment because they feel that's the most efficient way, you know, to manage it. But today, I don't think it is something that you need to convince customers anymore on why they need to outsource their workload, especially for the colo customer, into a commercially run data center. The data center capacity 10 years ago, maybe less than 1 megawatt commercially run. I mean, I'm not sure we have a commercially run data center apart from maybe the likes of Medallion, who started as an interconnect place where people kind of establish interconnection. But when the data center market started opening up, we started seeing the likes of Rack Center, the main one MDXI data centers, building this infrastructure, starting with like a 2 megawatt facility, 3 megawatt facility. And I think as 2 years ago, the combined capacity of data centers in West Africa was about 80 megawatts, right? And Nigeria is responsible for more than 80% of that capacity. So you can see that there has been some massive improvement, but if you want to compare that to, let me not even go far, let's even stay within Africa. If you want to compare that with a country like South Africa, who 2 years ago was doing about 290 megawatt, as of 2024, they're about slightly above 400 megawatts of data center capacity and projected to grow to another 400 to make it about 800 megawatts in the next 4 years. So, and if you look at the population of South Africa, about 63 million, the internet penetration, 72%. Nigeria, our population, over 200 million, internet penetration, 55%. So that tells us that we have more people online. Even though we have more people online, we do not seem to have that growth and efficiency, because if you look at the numbers, South Africa versus Nigeria in terms of the online presence and what they're doing in the megawatts of capacity of data center, then it tells you that we are underperforming. But considering where we're coming from, it's a great leap. So there's still more work to be done.
Thank you very much, Shayo. That's a very good insight into a comparison between Nigeria and South Africa, looking at the population. What that tells me is that, yes, sometimes the adoption of what is important really is not the numbers, but it's like the buying capacity of the people may also be a factor to drive the consumption that we are talking about. You want to
Yes.
clarify that?
You know, you have a point there, right? But if you think of the enablers, all the factors that enables the growth in data center, yes, you need the buying capacity of the people, but how do you increase the buying capacity of people? You know, it means people need to have jobs, people need to think of this technology, they need to think of how do we use this technology to drive our economy, right? I'll give you an instance. Like I said, South Africa. I mentioned South Africa for a reason, because if you look at the population, it tells you how the economy is booming. So for example, Lagos, we have 200 million people. We have over 100 million people online, right? They're online. What are they doing online? How can we create use cases where we can convert this online presence into economic activities, right? And if you want to build data centers to build the capacity, it means you need to put in more investment. When you put in more investment, people get more jobs. You need the fiber network to connect to the data centers. The more you build in this fiber network, the more you give people jobs, the more you increase the amount of people going online, we're talking about AI. Even if AI comes and we don't have specific use cases that drives the use of AI to stimulate the economy, you would not get that benefit. So it all goes hand in hand, and if you think of the penetration, population, investment, it tells you that if we get it right with our population, we can drive more with our economy stimulated. Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. Dr. Krish, so Shayo said, we have the population, and and this is not about Nigeria alone. We have the population. We have a lot, to do in terms of catching up with, countries like South Africa, and Kenya also, with a fraction of Nigerian population, is also growing. What do you think is responsible for slow adoption of, data center consumption in terms of cloud or co-location? I remember what Shaya was saying. Around 2015, 9 years ago, I was both a technical person and also a marketing person. We have to go practically to each of these banks to go, and of course the marketing team will need a more technical person to go with them to be able to convince them why the CIO should take all his racks into an unknown destination, leaving the control to someone else. What do you think? Are we still there? What do you think is really responsible for the slow adoption? We're not catching up. It doesn't look like we're catching up with other markets. What do you think?
It looked like a mindset issue, which is there for quite a long time. Correct. Because if you go to any CIO's office or a CTO's office, we discuss the same stories. But still, they want to build their own data center. As you rightly said, banks, okay, the financial institutions' business is to do financial business, correct, not into technology side of it. So they are not that comfortable in handing over that baton to a technology company or a data center, to manage that infrastructure. So it is one, of course, is a mindset. Second, is still a trust factor. These are a couple of things which still play around a lot. But of course, in the recent times, a lot of changes are happening in the FSI industry. Major decisions are being taken to move into, the enterprise level data centers. So there's a change, but is that change happening in the pace what we are looking at, which I don't think that is happening in that way. But of course, with all those latest trend change happening, like AI coming into play, a lot of workloads will be pushed into the data centers. That's what I see happening. May not be tomorrow. Of course, it is a process. Correct. So over a period of time, of course, there'll be a shift.
All right. Wally, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me clearly?
Okay. So now, pay for the ad. All right. Have said we're going to build a 300 megawatts in 24 months, have been able to do that, especially in Nigeria and the rest of West Africa that we know. What do you think has been the problem? Why are we not scaling up enough in terms of deployment of infrastructure?
So it's echoing, but I'll still talk. Go ahead. All right.
delay, from logistics. In fact, there are lots of other restrictions. Many people that want to build some hyperscalers, they want to build a certain headroom. You're not able to do that because if you're doing a prefabricated system, you have to transport it, and there is a head limit. I mean, there is a headroom. There's a restriction to what you can carry because of bridges and all that. Now, Babatunde, I'm coming to you. You manufacture accessories in Nigeria. I mean, you are in the ecosystem doing manufacturing in Nigeria. What do you think will be the role of local industries in getting some of this equipment and possibly helping to scale up the rates at which we deploy in Nigeria? What can we really do by ourselves here without importing, apart from sand and cement?
Well, if you're looking for a list of products that we Nigerian manufacturers supply into the industry, right? You talk about Coleman and the cables, the fiber optic cable factory that Coleman Cables recently inaugurated. You can talk about cable trays and ladders. They are Nigerian panel builders. And these people are all capable of supplying bespoke solutions into the data center industry. But manufacturing has a narrative problem in Nigeria. It is seen as difficult, unprofitable, and that makes investors shy away from that subsector. Now, of late, that narrative is changing very fast because I always like to point out to people that two of the richest men in Africa, actually, the core of their wealth comes from manufacturing. So the manufacturers as a subsector have to look at what we have a comparative advantage to actually manufacture in our locales. I don't manufacture anywhere else in Africa. We manufacture basically in Nigeria. And Nigeria has great comparative advantages for some products. Now, everybody knows what the showstoppers are. The non-availability of grid power, poor transport logistics infrastructure. But then again, those things are, as you said, kind of balanced out by the fact that we also have poor port infrastructure and handling equipment. So you've got delays at the port. You've got, we have a unique financial solution here, or a unique financial impediment here, where if you want to import something into Nigeria, you've got to establish a fully cashed back LC. That has a cost implication. So local manufacturers do have advantages that actually balance out the local disadvantages. But that narrative issue, it constricts the amount of capital that is available to manufacturers to actually really scale. Okay. And therein lies the opportunity, scale. That's number one. The second thing that is like a real impediment is HR. It's a real problem. The human infrastructure to drive manufacturing at scale, the lack of it, it's a bit cultural, it's a bit experiential. We don't have many manufacturers that have done it at scale for several decades. Maybe you've got the MBLs, you've got the Guinness, you've got the Lafarge, you've got a couple of people. There's not enough of them. So we've got that problem.
Thank you very much. Wally, I'm coming back to you. You know, this power thing is coming up, and Bill said something the other time. I don't know if you noticed. He said there are two things if you want to play, something like that. There are two things that if you want to play in the AI or something, two things you have to have. He said you need to have power and you need to have, is that? Bravery. I said, Nigeria, bravery, everybody's brave. I mean, if you talk about bravery in Nigeria, we have in excess. What we don't have is power. Wale, and we're talking about 2,500 megawatts. Today it's difficult to even generate. I mean, there are all kinds of issues around, gas and all that. We've seen all these things, but we are not there yet. Wale, how do we address the power issue in Nigeria? Apart from power, so many other challenges that we may not be able to talk about now, but power is critical. How do we address power challenges in Africa to catch up?
All right. Thank you very much, Benga. Let's take a few countries in Nigeria, in Africa, as far the power issue. One, we have abundant petroleum, which means we have the gas, the natural gas. However, I think the government should not be alone with that. What the government needs to do is create an enabling environment for us. We have power companies who are ready to invest and they are ready to provide power, but also transmission and distribution is a problem. And so what the government needs to do is create more industrial parks or technology parks, our own version of the Silicon Valley, where we can have the major power producers, the companies come in and power the place. In that situation, you can have 4 or 5 power manufacturers or producers come into the park and provide us financial. We're able to get the capacity. We already have the gas, which is wasting away. We have other means of power. But if we wait for the government or the distribution companies in whichever country in Africa, we will not get there because it's capital intensive and it also requires some level of private investment. So I would say on the regulatory point of view, we need the Africa Free Trade Agreement really to really come into it, create industrial parks, technological parks, ask the power players to come in, provide the power, and certainly we're able to meet the power challenge in Africa.
Thank you, Wale. Thank you very much. We'll be rounding up so that we can take questions. But before we go, apart from power, Babatunde talked about human resource. And, if you work in a data center environment, you understand, what human resource issues could be. Unfortunately, the rate at which we're talking about 2,500 megawatts, we need equivalent of human resource capacity that will manage. But Dr. Krish, we are also talking about AI. AI on one side is going to drive a lot of, the capacity that we're talking about in data center. But are we also looking at autonomous driving, not driving in terms of car driving? Can we also look at, or are we looking at situations whereby data center by itself will run, is powering AI, but AI is also driving the running of the data center, where you will not have more than a need for one person to run a 100 megawatt data center. I have seen it before outside this country, and I was wondering where, I was looking for a lot of people picking calls and addressing things, and then I saw one small computer. They told me, they said, oh, the guy, if something happened, the security man will call somebody. Can we do that in Nigeria? Can we do that in Africa? How close are we to that?
Of course it is possible to do it, but the question remains how close we are. That is a question to be addressed really. I don't think we can address that immediately though, because AI-enabled data center is quite possible. It is everywhere globally it is there, but even it is good to implement in a place like Nigeria to address his own part of the human capital issue. But at the end of the day, there has to be a human change somewhere to address certain fundamentals. Okay. That you cannot eliminate it. As you rightly said, maybe 100 megawatt run by 5 people. It is quite possible. It is quite easily possible. Good. But adopting it in Nigeria at this moment looks like a bit of tasky thing.
We'll take one. I want to say something. The journey to these 2,500 megawatts has a lot of things, a lot of hurdles along the way. One of them is power we've talked about. We've talked about human resource. Regulatory issues are there. We need to talk about even the market itself, because you cannot be supplying if there is no demand. So we've talked about the demand side. So there are so many other things that we need to talk about. There is the quest for sustainability. Even while we're struggling with diesel and petrol, by 2030, the entire data center world has committed that everybody will be net zero by 2030. So there's so many challenges. In one word, which of this do you think we can address between now and the next 5 years? And what is your strategy? Let me put it this way. For instance, on the human resource, I have said at some fora before, I said my own view is, because we are also here to provide solution. For young graduates, there are some guys now in the university who do not even know what to do. You know, they study electrical engineering, mechanical engineering. I think data center operators, and if we don't do it, it's gonna come back to haunt us. I think data center operators and owners should begin to go to year 4 now, the way it used to be in 1972. Go and identify 10, 20 people that are brilliant. Go and give them internship to come and do 6 months IT with you. When they serve, put them back into your data center. In that 18 months of interaction with the data center, some of them will not see reasons to japa. They are going to stay with you. And what you have done is that you have actually trained some people, so you've reduced the cost of training, you've reduced the cost of, by the time you are deploying them into your facility, they are almost half ready, and then you can sustain. That's my own view about what we can do. What do you think? What else can we do? That's human resources. How do we address power? How do we address, regulatory issues? In one word, so that we can round up and then take questions from our audience.
I hope I can say it in one word, but I'll try. So the journey to 2,500 megawatts seems so big to surmount, because when I heard that statement, I was like, this is like 50% of the entire power that we generate in the whole country. So do we want to divert 50% of it to data centers? So what happens to the population? So I think for power, if I was in charge to make this decision, I think I would bring in, for example, if there's a role like Minister of Land, I'll bring in Minister of Petroleum, I would bring in Minister of Education, and all those key stakeholders to say, look, I want to deploy this data center technology, and I need the respective support from each of you to help drive this. One, for power, the current hydroelectricity supply we have is not enough. We need alternatives. What can we do on solar? What can we do? I mean, you go down north, the sun or the weather conditions about 45 degrees. How do we put that into use to generate power to power these data centers? What about the gas? We have gas in Nigeria. How can we create private power companies so that we can site them close to these data centers, in addition to the core fiber infrastructure, which we haven't really talked about, that needs to be interconnected into this facility to drive it. So I'll allow others to.
Okay, Wally, are you there? Let me start from the other end now, so we end it with Dr. Krish. Wally, are you there? Yes. So what do we need to do? Power, fiber, what's one thing can we do to ensure that this target is met?
I would say political will from our politicians.
Okay.
Government in one time purpose. What they need to do is create enabling environment, ease of business, and every other thing will sort itself. Registering a business should not take more than 24 hours. And so the government should get the ministries together, like Share Major, and make sure everything is running within the hours, provide the licenses that private investors need, and I'm sure within a year we will be able to provide at least have enough companies that are able to provide the 2,500 megawatts that we require for the data center and for that.
Oh, okay, right. Political will, brilliant. Sometimes I don't know if our politicians actually understand. Maybe someday we just shut down the entire data center. They are not able to browse. They are not able to call their children in London. And then we'll be able to drive this, some of these things home. Sunday, what do you think?
I have a different view to most of the public about the power situation in Nigeria. Everybody keeps on quoting the 5,000 or the 6,000 megawatts that the grid actually generates as the amount of power that is generated in Nigeria. That's not true. You've got to aggregate the different kinds of your generator. There's a generator right behind us. You can hear it. That's power output. So yes, the grid before the introduction of Band A might have been the cheapest form of power that you could access in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but it was definitely not the most reliable. Now with the introduction of Band A, right, it might not even be the cheapest. So what that indicates to me is that the regulatory framework is actually changing. It's becoming very dynamic. States are allowed to distribute, generate and distribute electricity. Some are further on than others. Lagos State has had a framework for a decade about how to generate. Lagos State is generally the leader. Enron in 1999, they've got a whole regulatory framework, they've got an electricity board, etc., etc.
Okay.
I have a personal view. I think solar is going to eat everything up.
Okay.
Including natural gas.
Okay.
As my co-panelist said, Nigeria, it's a no-brainer. The amount of solar panel manufacturing capacity that's going to come on stream in Nigeria in the next half decade will be at least 2 gigawatts per annum. And that's confirmed. People have made investments, people are building factories, and then after, the panels are the easiest thing to manufacture. After that, you manufacture the batteries, the controllers.
Okay.
So it's a journey, right? It's a journey. And in a journey, typically, if it's a long-term journey, you follow the money. The amount of cheap money that is available for renewables is actually mind-boggling.
Excellent.
So solar is going to eat everything up. It will be provided.
Thank you.
That's my view.
Dr. Krish.
Benga, if I need to answer that in one word, there is something called collaboration, correct? It's a sensible collaboration between the industry stakeholders. It is nothing beyond that. Because if I need to run the data center, okay, it is two mix. One is power and the second is real estate, supported by the network. If I don't get that right collaboration, I'm not going to win that game. It is a simple, common sense approach what we need to take. Leave our egos aside, the personal egos aside, and come together as one and address this problem. That is a simple factor. Is power available? Part of power available. What is the problem? Transmission is the problem. How we can resolve it? Standby. Can we look at working with some IPP guys to get this done? Okay, we have around 10 to 11 data center operators in the country, correct? Can we come together as one and work towards it? We all, a majority of us are here. So instead of working in silos, I understand there is a competition among us, but let's have that healthy competition, correct? But if we can address it together, we have a solution on ground. Otherwise, we will be having the same discussion next year.
I agree with you, and I think that's a very brilliant point. We have operators, we have suppliers of power. I think it would be nice. And the good thing about data center is most places you have data center ecosystem around the same area, which is really usually enabled by the submarine cable. So in Nigeria, for instance, the Aja section, the Aja area. So really, yeah, I agree with you. Why can't we have an IPP generating power for all the data centers and everybody move off the grid? And that allows the grid to also enjoy, the populace to enjoy the power at the grid. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think the floor is open for questions.
Yes,
I don't know if you have questions. Yes, please.
Okay, so first of all, a round of applause. Well done, Benga, and of course our panelists. Thank you so much for that. We'll take the Q&A. As you can see, it's very self-explanatory. Just scan the barcode, put in the code, and join in that forum. But in the meantime, we'll take some questions on the floor. So we have Nicolette, who's here with the microphone. If you have a question, just raise up your hand and she'll come over to you. Please let us know who your question is addressed to. And please, let's just make it one question. Just one question.
Good morning. My name is Leora. I have a question essentially to data center executives. So we all talk about 2,500 megawatt of the total capacity, But to my understanding, if we speak about data center, it's about PUE, right? It's the efficiency of power usage. And the solutions today in the world, for example, like submerged technologies, and obviously using of better sources of energy, but it's about reducing the non-essential power cooling and maybe floor space and so on and so on. So how are the plans to address this? Because it's not a question of how much megawatts, but how much of efficiency we can get out of those megawatts. Thank you.
Gentlemen, the question is, yes, we're talking about power. We're talking about the usage, but what about the PUE? What about the efficiency questions when we talk about data center? Because really and truly, if you have a data center that is consuming a 2 megawatts and your efficiency, your PUE is 2, it means that data center can do more. That same power can do much more if you are able to reduce your PUE. So what do you think, Dr. Krish? How do you incorporate efficiency into this?
Thanks for the question, ma'am. When we operate a data center, we know it is a power game, correct? So how to consume minimum, that is part of the design what we all do. So if you look at a PUE of even 2, as you said, it is crazy. So we need to look anything, in Nigerian factor, anything less 1.5, less than 1.5. Can we get into 1? Impossible. But can we get into 1.3? It is quite possible. Correct. It's how we operate and how we manage and which are the type of systems we use within the data center. It depends on that. Of course, a lot of human factor also involved as on today. Of course, as Benga said initially, can we automate it completely AI driven? When that time comes, of course, we can further dip on the PUE because it will be completely automated. So based on the behavior analysis, we can actually dip down on that.
Yeah, I don't know how many more minutes we have as a session, but I think if you can just have all the questions and then we can just go round and maybe we ask all the questions and then we can take each of them one after the other so we can manage the time.
Okay, we'll be able to take maybe 3 more questions for those who are using the barcode and of course those online and those in the hall. The lady in striped blue was the second person to put her hand up. Please, I want to crave your indulgence. Your question very short and to the point so we can move on to the next panel session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mojisola Labi from the Digivation Network. I'm still on energy and alternative energy use, and with the fact that data centers are intending to be on net zero. Now, on net zero, the capacity is still the question, and quality of materials to be used for these renewable energy sources. Local manufacturers, quality of service, can it really be achieved for data centers to use?
Yeah. Okay, you want to take? I was thinking of taking all the questions. Oh, yes, yeah. That's a question for you. Yes. Can you please pass it around and let's take all the questions out.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Aziz Sulaiman. So the question I want to ask earlier, the panelists next, the moderator, I'll answer part of the question, but there is, let's say the question is dichotomy into 2 parts. So it's about the power problem that we have. Power has been a tough challenge to us generally in Africa, not only in Nigeria, but particularly in Nigeria, we know our own is much more drastic. Though it's unfortunate that we have very poor power generation, we supply to neighboring countries. So let's leave that aside. We know that power is a problem in this country, and it is essential for a lot of things to be done for productivity, and especially in the IT sector and any aspect of production that has to do with electricity. So since power is what we need by all means, and it's kind of like an hurdle to us, so we should think of an alternative, which we have talked about solar. I wanted to suggest earlier that if hydro will be a problem for us to manage or to produce or to run, then we should move into alternative of solar. So the alternative of solar now begs the next question, that is solar really capable? Let's talk about the capability and the effectiveness of solar as an alternative to power generation. So can solar really provide enough electricity strength for heavy machines to function well? We all know that...
Thank you very much. So sorry. We need to keep the questions very short and to the point once again.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll just take one more question, please. Please, very short and to the point. Thank you.
My name is Akim Olushola. I'm a technical specialist for IBM. I want to take this discussion a bit away from the power problem. I'm involved in the collocation exercise of most financial institutions that happened recently. So what I see happen is that most of them actually collocate their existing server, whereby what they do is they are sharing the space, they are sharing power, sharing cooling, and some aspect of network. But yet, they still have their workload. And my understanding of Hyperscaler is that it's a form of whereby you also share resources, such as your CPU, your memory, and other accessories. I think what I identify them to be the problem is that two things. One, they have specific workload that may not just run anywhere. At the same time, they have regulatory problem from maybe CBN that do not allow their data or some aspect of their infrastructure to sit outside the country. So my question is that, do you see data center investors investing in specific or areas of hyperscalers whereby most of the financial institutions and other sectors can better operate other than them moving collocating their data center rather than moving workload to work on same system? Thank you.
I think we'll just stop with the questions for now. Please, if there are any more questions, can we put on the barcode on the multimedia screen? Please feel free to drop your questions there, so we'll go through them. Benga, over to you.
Thank you very much. I think we should take the last one first. Shayo, you want to take that? I think the question is, a lot of people are...
I get a question.
You get a question, very good. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's actually right. If you look at today, most people move their physical infrastructure. So I think the question is about how do we optimize even the use of the assets in terms of the data hall. Instead of them moving physical infrastructure, why don't they share the virtual infrastructure, whereby the data center companies will invest in the high computing infrastructure and then partition it for each of the bank, which kind of optimize the use of space. Because at the end of the day, customer A brings in this large workload. All right. So customer A brings in X workload, consume this much power. B bring in same workload, consume this much power. But at the end of the day, what is the usage on customer A infrastructure? Maybe they're using just 20% of the resources, but they are consuming more power. So how can you consolidate that and ensure efficiency around the use of power and all of the resources within the facility? I think that's what I understand from his question. But there are solutions to that, and I think even us, we offer that to customers who want dedicated environment or virtualized environment instead of them bringing in their physical hardware. And I know there are solutions from some OEMs as well that provide an OPEX-based model for the use of their hardware, so you can partition it and have multiple customers use those resources so that there will be efficiency in the use of those resources.
Yeah. What some people call bare metal where you rent servers rather than you owning and things like that.
I don't want to start advertising for companies, but if I'm allowed to do that, I can mention.
You're not allowed. You're going to pay. All right. Let me come back to Babatunde. There was this questions around quality of manufacturing, and you know, sometimes, something is made in Aba or is made in Nigeria. A lot of people just believe that there are certain things, and in some cases,
the better you get at it. So, Tranos Contracting spent a decade supporting telecoms infrastructure, MTN, IHS, everybody. And then started manufacturing generators for said telecoms infrastructure. And as I like to point out, in the telecoms industry, if a site is down and you lose a second, you can never get that revenue back.
So our time is up, I've been told. Thank you very much. The last, somebody mentioned power usage effectiveness, which is efficiency. We've talked about it. Quality of material, we have talked about it. I think I just want to round up by saying that data centers in the next 10 years is going to be totally different from what we all know to be today. The question is, how prepared are we, to meet those requirements? What we build today as brand new infrastructure, which are 3 kilowatts density, 3 kilowatts per rack density, 5 kilowatts per rack density. In 2015, 5 kilowatts per rack was a high density. In the next 5 years, there is going to be 50 kilowatts. And the journey starts now. So I want to thank everyone. Thank you very much for hosting us. And I want to thank all our panelists. Thank you very much for your time. And hope to see you again next year. Thank you. Thanks, audience. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Please, can we have a photo op? But a round of applause to our moderator and fellow panelists. Benga, thank you so much. You did an excellent job. Let's have a quick photo op. Any member of the Hyperscalers team that wants to join, or we're good? How are we going to sort out Adewale now? This is not fair. I don't understand. Okay, there's AI. We'll just put him in later in post-production. Fantastic. Once again, a round of applause to our panelists, or should I say our panel session, Data Center and Cloud Address, Africa's Journey to 2,500 megawatts. So we're moving very quickly to the next panel session. As you can imagine, time is fast spent. To those of you who asked questions, thank you very much. And for those who will be asking, I want to crave your indulgence to please ensure that we keep our questions very short so that we can get to as many questions, and most importantly, not eat into the time of other panel sessions, as we're already behind schedule. So the next panel session is Funding Africa's Digital Infrastructure. What is the right mix? I'm going to call out the name. I've not really confirmed if they're here or not, so please, if you do hear your name, make your way to the stage. The Chief Executive Officer, Open Access Data Centers, will be our moderator for this morning in the person of Dr. Ayotunde Koka. Please, a round of applause. And while he's getting settled, I think I'll just call up all the other panelists. We have the Chief Executive Officer, Digital Royalty Nigeria, in the person of, so I don't know if it's Ike or Ike. It's both. Namani, round of applause as he makes his way up. And as you can see, Ike goes to the gym a lot. Ike likes pounded yam. Looking very fit, sir. You look like a whole data center yourself. All right. Next up is the program manager, network investments, Meta Platforms. Also, a big shout out to Meta for being supporters, partners of this particular event in the person of Egomaron Jegede. Please, a round of applause. Okay, they'll be joining online. So, Mr. Jegede, if you can hear my voice, just give us a wave so we know who you are. Okay, can you do a backflip as well, just a somersault where you are? Okay, I don't think you heard that. We also have the Regional Industry Manager, Central and Anglophone West Africa International Finance Corporation, in the person of Dan Croft. A round of applause to Dan. Okay, Dan is just letting me know that he also goes to the gym. He goes as frequently as we have light in Nigeria. We also have the Managing Director, Zalam Analytics, in the person of Guy Zibi. I think he should be on the screen. How you doing, Guy? I love the fact that you have the, the globe behind you. But I know that belongs to your 5-year-old daughter. I'm just spitballing. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Please, the timer, the clock is on the laptop. That's to our moderator. So if our moderator looks across. So we have 30 minutes for the actual session and 15 minutes for the Q&A. I think this session is one that we want to get in as many questions and answers as possible. That's the whole point of literally the convergence. Still HCA Africa 2024. Dr. Coker, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations to the organizers of this event, Hyperscalers. Good luck, and great event, and look forward to it again next year. I'd like to welcome all the panelists. I think we've had a brief introduction of their roles, so I wouldn't use up much of our time to do that, and when the questions come, if you'd like to augment that, then let's do. So good day, everybody. This is Pan-African, so we have different time zones, and some people are still morning, some still afternoon, wherever you're watching us from. So I'd like to start. We haven't done a pre-arrangement or pre-discussion with the team, so this is going to be sort of free-flow view of individuals, and know the background of the individuals also. So I'd like to start with with Guy, Guy or Guy, if you're taking a British. I asked him before, so that if you're taking an English or French view. So we'll take both since we're Pan-African and French and English mostly. You've done a lot of work on research on Africa, right? And the theme of this is, what is the right mix? As you look across Africa, what are you seeing as the possibility of the kind of emerging right mixes when it comes to digital infrastructure, funding and investment? What kind of locations, what kind of asset classes in digital infrastructure are you seeing from the analytics that you've done to date? And welcome on board. As to Guy.
Yes. All right. Sorry.
Okay, good.
Apologies for that. So thank you for the question, and thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I must apologize for not being able to be there in person, but it's quite an honor to be able to contribute to this session. What is the right mix? I mean, it's it's a great question. I think I'll kind of pull back perhaps a little bit and kind of get a feel for the amount of capital that is required and kind of where we are, and then from there, we can work out potentially what mix of capital will be most adequate, depending on the type of investment that one is undertaking. If you look at digital infrastructure and really kind of the data center segment of the digital infrastructure space in particular, over the next
5 to 10 years, Africa as a whole, I mean, the data center industry is going to require around 1 gigawatt of new capacity kind of to be deployed around the region. So that's kind of the medium kind of 10-year target, if you will. In investment terms, in capital terms, I mean that translates to really anywhere between kind of $5 to $10 billion of investment, of capital that must be deployed to build this type of kind of data center and hosting capacity. I mean, this is commercial hosting. The challenge here, obviously, is that kind of across the continent, this is a business that is in kind of early stages of growth. Some of the businesses, some of the ventures are relatively new. I mean, they are less than 10 years old, as the case may be. That means that a lot of that capital will not be generated from internally generated funds, from internal cash flows, because the businesses are not yet generating kind of profits. So that capital will have to come in either through some form of debt or through some form of equity. So that's a significant amount of capital to need to build through debt or through equity. Now, what is the right mix of that kind of between debt and equity? I mean, that's really going to depend on the type of venture that one is considering. It's going to depend on the type of market. It's going to depend on the availability and kind of cost of capital. Ideally, most of it kind of comes through kind of equity, if you will, kind of being complemented by debt. But ultimately, the right type of mix, the right type of balance will depend on the nature of kind of each particular venture. So we can discuss perhaps later in other questions. I mean, what are some of the characteristics, perhaps that make one venture kind of more appropriate for kind of debt type of capital versus equity and vice versa. But for now, I just kind of want to give this kind of a little bit of overview of how much capital is required and how perhaps one must look in terms of the potential mix of capital that will be needed.
Okay, thank you very much. If we go to Dan now, looking at it from the investor point of view, how have you seen the development in Africa in sort of getting this mix of investments? There's equity, there's debt, and the source of those funds are quite diverse. It's been a significant shift in sentiment over the last 10 years. Pretty difficult 10 years ago as a data center infrastructure business looking for funds, but there seems to be a change in sentiment. And how do you see that developing? Not 0.12 of global availability of broad fiber, for instance, 1% of data centers, a demand for growth. But how do you see that, the way the investments are shaping up across the continent right now? And where do you see the best spots and the riskiest spots?
Okay, thank you very much. From our perspective, we're seeing fairly stable availability of financing. So I think over the last couple of years, total capex investment on the continent has been around $8.5 billion. From our side, in terms of commitments, and before I give the numbers, just to be clear, when we talk about commitments, our mandate as a DFI is both to put our own capital in, but also to mobilize third-party capital. And when we talk about commitments, it includes both. So things we do to bring in or make it easier for other people to invest, we call a commitment. That's a technical point, but I'll explain why in a minute. For the last couple of years, we have been averaging, I think, around $1.5 billion on the continent. It was slightly higher 2 years ago, slightly lower last year. But the reason I made the clarification is that 1 billion of that in the last couple of years was actually a political risk insurance product that we put together with our colleagues from MEGA, and that gave other people the confidence to put their money in. So I think that's one of the key things that we need to think about when we're looking at the sources of financing. The needs, I'm sure everybody has their own statistic. The one I've seen most recently has come from the World Bank, which talks about giving everyone on the continent access to reliable and stable internet. The capex needs are probably around $100 billion. And yet there's also been a study that has said that the contribution to Africa's GDP growth, were that to happen, could be as large as $180 billion. So you're getting a significant return at a continent level. You're getting a significant return on that investment. But clearly, one shouldn't agonize too much about the different sources of financing, because it's unlikely that if we all put our hands in our pockets, proverbially, that we're going to come up with 100 billion. So I think there's room for everybody. I think the key is for innovation. Guarantees will help. In particular, it will help deal with some of the things we've seen macroeconomically. Obviously, the Forex situation. Revenues are always going to be in local currency, and yet investments are largely going to be in dollars, at least until we can sort out some of the manufacturing issues that the last panel covered. So that's one innovation. We're looking very hard at what we can do in the guarantee space, helping mobilize local capital rather than ourselves, because we're fundamentally dollar denominated, and it's not that easy for us to be competitive and therefore helpful and to achieve the development impact that we want. If we're operating in Naira, we're just not that competitive. It's difficult. Something that we're trying to address. But I think the other area, I think we were talking about PUE earlier. One of the areas that we've seen massive growth is in sustainability-linked financing. So I think this now accounts for around 30% of our telecoms overall digital portfolio. But the idea behind that is to link financing. There are various pools of concessional financing that we can access, blend into our own to reduce the overall cost of capital. And usually that's structured in terms of an interest rate reduction over time as various climate goals are achieved. So for example, the more efficient you can make your data center, the lower your interest rate will be. I'm oversimplifying massively. But that's something which we can also look at to try and expand the various pools of capital that might be available to plug that $100 billion gap.
Do you have do you see any general broad preference on which asset classes compared connectivity, for instance, compared to data centers, or perhaps cloud providers, or energy producing investments?
I mean, as the name on the business card suggests, I cover infrastructure, so I was really interested in the power discussion. One of the things that we look at in terms of the energy generating assets that are required to help the digital assets grow, one of the problems we see with that is we, and when I say we here, it's not a personal preference, right? I'm personally in the kind of slightly less politically correct carbon camp. I think everybody should use the resources that they have. So the reference to gas earlier, yeah, I think Nigeria should use its gas. The problem is not all of our shareholders agree with that, and they're the guys who put up the money and also who approve our projects. So this dichotomy between climate-friendly and non-climate-friendly investments and power sources is problematic. Simple fact is, yes, hydro's fine. It takes forever. The timetables we're talking about, I've been working on one in Malawi for over 10 years, and that hasn't even achieved financial close yet. So don't hold your breath for hydro. Solar, yep, fine, but as we know, it's not really that you can't dispatch it. So we end up coming to backup. And the challenge with that is if we're linking new power generation assets to new digital assets, from a lender's perspective, what we see is what we call project-on-project risk. We have to be sure that the person building the power station can deliver, and that the person building the data center has the demand to ensure that the revenues will be sufficient to repay our debt. So suddenly we're multiplying the risk that we're taking on projects, and it just makes everything that bit harder. So from our perspective, data centers, a big area of growth, but we have to watch the market quite carefully, because yes, there's masses of demand, but there's a difference between demand and bankable, contracted demand. I can talk a little bit more about that. And also in the expansion of 4G and to a lesser extent 5G.
Excellent, thanks. So power, data centers, key areas of focus. And Igo, I'll come to you now from the networks point of view. And congratulations with the progress with 2Africa, Gira on the east going live, and very much looking forward to the west coming live as well. And of course, you have terrestrial investments around connectivity, and so on. How are you seeing this develop across Africa in terms of future execution, successes made so far, and where you see the opportunities, and where you can share with us? Fantastic to hear some of the perspectives, strategic perspectives of Meta.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for that question. I think it's been fantastic to see collaboration on projects like 2Africa between various operators. I think on one of the earlier panels, somebody mentioned operator collaboration. So that collaboration between big partners, not only Meta, but MTN, Raj, just to see Vodafone, Wire, to put together as a consortium to fund 2Africa over $1.5 billion. And that's because the infrastructure covers, as you mentioned, the East Coast down to South Africa and West Coast of Africa, and then into Europe as well as India. A fantastic example of what can be done when people come together, both share the funding costs, to share risks, and to collaborate in terms of planning and design. And so it's been fantastic for me to do that level of cooperation among operators who, from other spaces, compete. And I look forward to seeing that type of model being replicated across Africa, both not only on the subsea side, but also in terrestrial corridors, to drive and plug the funding gap as well as the infrastructure gap. So I think looking at that as a great model and a great example of collaboration has inspired a lot of operators to say, okay, what other jurisdictions and terrestrially what can we do in the back of Africa to drive connectivity inland and to also cooperate getting into the end users and
Well, where do you see the largest and fastest growing areas? Largest scale, fastest is speed of growth. Where do you see that emerging across the continent?
Clearly, we're aware of, and this is again, it's personal, the regional hubs, a lot of growth happening in South Africa, growth happening in Kenya, growth happening in Egypt, and also growth in Nigeria. So we see the populations, but also growth and adoption of applications as well. And I think that we also see other hyperscalers that have driven investment connecting those corridors from Kenya down to South Africa, also to Nigeria and globally. I think you'll continue to see those hubs grow, and then look for growth in the land. They become more connected with industrial fiber. Hopefully, we'll also see pick up on that growth.
Okay, great, thanks. And so what we see emerging are some of the tier one
countries continue to emerge, and
I'll ask for hold the thought that, well, what about the tier two countries? We need to find a way of collectively scaling them as the key drivers for growth on the continent. As I'm conscious of time, I'd like to get a view from an operator's viewpoint.
Dan actually addressed quite a few of the question areas I was going to talk when you talked about
sustainability linked loans. We're certainly seeing that. I think we announced something about 3 months ago, where we have done a lot of work on sustainability-linked zones and energy investments that you're doing, and so on. So thanks for covering those in that very comprehensive answer you gave. So, from
an operator's point of view, right, you've had significant investments, you're seeing growth and expanding in multiple locations across the continent over here. And how do you see some of the growth opportunities with some of the challenges also? Dan talked about reporting dollars. We have currency issues across the continent. We're seeing creative ways of that being looked at by the investors. So how do you deal with those ones with your investors? Because they have to sit on the hot seat.
Thanks. That's a good one. The reality is it's a very tricky situation at this time for two reasons. As you know, there's been some significant investments into the data center space over the last 3 to 4 years by global data center players, right? The good thing about that is they introduce a mix of funds that is not available locally, right? So for them, they are looking at their investment in Africa as part of a global investment, right? So if you take, for instance, Digital Royalty, which we are part of, over the last 3 to 4 years, we've committed about $2 billion into the African market, right? Now, that is not the kind of fund you would traditionally get locally here, not from the local banks, not from equity investment, and all that. It just doesn't exist, right? But they can do that because they've got access to what we will call cheaper funds as part of the group, right? Equinix, the same, and some other global entities will have access to be able to get funding at, if it's debt finance, very low single digits interest rate, right? You can't get that here. Now, the biggest problem that is currently at play is what he also said, which is the forest, the currency, right? Look at it this way, and I'll give a very simple example. If you want to build a new facility, and you probably look at a case where 90 to 95% of the investment that goes into a new data center facility is forest. It's not local based, right? You have to import all the infrastructure and all that. A very tiny part of it is in the local currency, except you are building outside of Africa, right? Now, if you do that and you go to your investment committee and you do your financial modeling and you benchmark it in terms of, let's say, USD, for sake of analysis, let's say it comes to, for you to break even, you have to sell a kilowatt of IT load at, let's say, $500, okay? The numbers make sense. You've got users to take up the capacity. So it goes through investment. You got investors ready to put money, right? Now, if you come to Nigeria and at $500, you use an exchange rate of 1,500, for instance, right? To benchmark what you want to charge in Naira for the use of your service. That comes to how much, right? Now, you start charging your customers that in Naira. Guess what? If by next year, Naira depreciates to 2,000, and if you convert back what you've charged in Naira back to USD, you suddenly find out that you're no longer selling your service at $500, but you are now selling it at $300 equivalent. So your total business case, the basis where you got investment, 100% gets thrown out of the window. Not because the customers are not there, not because the metrics under which you went into the business was wrong, but 100% based on the valuation of the Naira, which unfortunately you have zero control over, because as a data center provider, you don't have any influence on what happens to the exchange rate. So this becomes a present-day reality which every single data center or infrastructure provider whose funding is foreign-based has to deal with. The only way around it is you benchmark your price, where literally, as the naira devaluates, you have to increase your price in the local currency. That is where the bigger problem is. You are dealing with customers who tells you,
we can't afford it. It has gone hard, right? So it becomes a chicken and egg situation where the only people and the only kind of funds that can
sustain this are long-term funding, right? People that are looking at this and say, okay, hopefully over the next 5 years, things will stabilize. We've got a plan of 10 years to start looking at how do we claw back our investment. That is the only players and source of funds that will be able to sustain this. People that just want to, like the Nigerian banks, for instance, who want to put in money and get it back 2 years' time, it's not going to work. It's just not sustainable. It's just not going to work. So that is something that is presently the situation, and each company is trying to address it in their own way. My concern is, and this is a big concern, I think some of the data center players are going to run into big problem if they are not already in trouble, if their source of fund is not one of these key types that is long-term, very cheap, and can withstand some fluctuation in exchange rates. If not, a lot of companies will run into trouble very soon.
Yep, or pricing.
We're not taking into account the realities of the issues we face as an industry. Actually, quite a few
industries on the continent. Yes. So, short, long-term, patient capital, essential. The high-cost short-term ones don't go there. So, I'll just like to go around the panel very, very quickly.
Africa, opportunity minus challenge, positive or negative? Igor, can I start with you?
Thanks for the earlier comprehensive view of African investments. Opportunity minus challenge, positive or negative?
I'll go with my very personal as well as professional assessment. Positive. I'm always positive for Africa, but not only in sentiment, but actually in statistics and data. When you look at the long-term growth, which a lot of people have mentioned here, I think Shai in the earlier panel was talking statistics in terms of population, in terms of growth, in terms of the outlook for Africa, you can clearly see that Africa is going to be the region for great growth over the next few decades. Yes, there are challenges, and we covered many of them, both from the policy and the regulatory side, and the funding side, and the power side. And these are not things that we can't surmount. And there's so many examples of even local collaboration with people building power, coastal or even landlocked countries like the DRC. You see changes and improvements by people collaborating to bridge gaps. And so I see so much opportunity across the continent, so much area and opportunity for people to collaborate. And that's why even within challenging circumstances, I mentioned before, I said interest rates is growing very investment coming to Africa as a whole. So I won't go on, but I positively invest.
So if you're a rating agency, you're going for long-term positive rating. Guy, positive or negative?
I would say long-term positive, short-term a bit pessimistic because of some of the other challenges that I outlined previously, and some of the important issues that we're raised about kind of power convergence in previous panel as well. But the long-term to us is still fairly solid. That's kind of the number of very systematic kind of structural trends that over the long term will not go away. You still have kind of fairly deep kind of internet usage kind of across Africa, and that's deepening. You're talking 700 million kind of broadband customers kind of across Africa. We are probably going to pass the 1 billion mark, by the end of the decade. That's substantial volumes in terms of increase of traffic. You have elements of kind of digital transformations and enterprises that are adopting kind of more kind of digital tools and kind of transforming, their IT setups. Those things are not going away. You have international kind of content providers, international cloud providers, kind of bringing their services into Africa and building points of presence kind of in across the region. So over the longer term, I mean, all those factors will kind of help kind of sustain demand for commercial hosting services. So that long-term picture, hasn't really changed, and we believe it's going to stay sustained. The challenge is kind of surviving, as a business, until that demand that reaches effective level, where it's not just kind of theoretical kind of potential demand, but it actually is revenue generating demand. You have to survive until that becomes effective, and you have to survive until that reaches a level of scale that allows you to generate revenue and return. And it's fair to say that this is really where it's been a challenge. Not just because of the effects and some of the macro kind of challenges, issues that Ike mentioned earlier, but also obviously because of some of the power issues, and also frankly because Africa, the adoption of some of these kind of new technologies, kind of around cloud, has taken a little bit longer than in some of the other regions, because, as was alluded in the previous panel, issues around trust, issues around kind of a mindset of building and managing your own data centers. So there's still a little bit of hold up in kind of externalizing some of those resources and using cloud services. So that work of essentially kind of selling those new technologies and services is something that takes time. It's certainly kind of taking a little bit longer than we had anticipated. So that introduces certainly an element of risk over the short and medium term. So things are improving, but there's work to do. But to us, kind of the long-term view is still fairly positive. I mean, this is a region that needs and requires a substantial amount of commercial capacity. So over the long term, the demand is going to be there. But obviously, one has to survive and make the business work, to get to that point.
So short-term, yes, short-term headwinds and graft, long-term positive. So maybe we'll ask investors to help change mindsets by not giving chief executives capital to build their own data centers.
So sorry to interject. We'll need to move to the Q&A very soon.
Yeah, we're just rounding up. We're rounding up right now. Very quick one. Short-term positive, negative. You have 10 seconds.
Extremely positive long-term. Short-term challenging. Mid-term you get stability, but long-term definitely positive. And not just being optimistic. The data and the metrics all confirms that.
Anecdotal and factual.
Yeah.
And then finally up to you. You said returns are
good in perspective of the positive and negative. Well, thank you very much.
Investment decisions, two things, right? You can look at the numbers, you can also look at the gut feel. I think most decisions involve a bit of both. The numbers, 180 billion of GDP growth, 100 billion of cost. Difference of 80 billion, there are challenges, but I don't believe they're outweighed by they outweigh the 80 billion. So definitely positive on the numbers. Gut feel, I've been working on the continent, with the continent, in infrastructure for 20 years. Career-wise, everybody's telling me I should get some regional diversification, some sector diversification, but this is where it's at. If you're in development finance, the opportunity is, I would hesitate, nothing's unlimited, but this is as close to it as possible. Challenge is massive, but surmountable, so I'm a definite positive.
Fantastic. This is where it's at.
So let's leave that thought for the future challenge discussions that talk about AI and stuff like that. This is where it's at, and the long term is positive. Thank you very much, panelists.
And we'll go to questions and answers, please.
Okay, great work, Dr. Coker. Thank you so much for moderating that so well. Please, can you put on the multimedia screen the barcode for the questions? If you have any questions, feel free to scan the code.
Can I suggest 2 questions?
I agree with you. Can we have the microphone? So please, your name, what you do, who your question is addressed to. Nicolette, where are you? Is Nicolette around with the microphone? So we'll have the gentleman in front and the other gentleman behind him. So just your name, your question very quickly. And
So it's a matter of how quick you are on the draw. So I was the first one quick on the draw. And
Who was quick on the draw? Oh, he got up. He's like, no, heaven no. This shall not pass me by. Very quickly, please.
Okay, my name is my question is directed at Dan. I want to know more about what you said about political risk insurance and guarantees. Does this tend to drive up the cost of funding for infrastructure projects here in Africa, or is this the same in other regions? Because I'm thinking if you take $1 billion just for political risk insurance, somehow someone will have to pay for it.
Not sure I heard that perfectly, but
You mentioned something about political risk insurance, and would that not drive up costs generally for investments or those actually in receipt of investments? Did I
Yes,
capture it right?
undoubtedly, it's not free. I believe the premium is something around 1% of the sum insured. It can insure equity, it can insure debt. Can't insure our debt because it's a related institution and we'd be taking money out of their pockets and putting it into mine, so that doesn't work. So we have to take the risk. But others who might not otherwise come in can take a view and they can insure their risks. Not all risks, right? So there's certain categories, war, civil disturbance, breach of contract, currency availability, or non-convertibility, things like that. So yes, it undoubtedly puts the cost up, but so does borrowing entirely in local currency, right? Interest rates are much higher. So given that the pressing need is the shortfall in funding, every little helps. And my sense is if it doesn't make sense for a particular project, that investor and somebody else will need to find the money. So yeah, it's just the hard reality. Safer investments cost more.
Thank you very much for that. Well said. The other gentleman?
US has about 5,000
US. I guess, well, 1.4 billion population against population of the US, 300 and something.
Is it fair of investing in Africa or why that perspective?
I can only, in terms of fair, I can only speak on our behalf. There's no fair at all. We want to do more. Infrastructure is the best resource department, and Africa is the priority region. We want to do more. The challenge for us, or there's lots of challenges, but one of the challenges for us is we can't do it all ourselves, so we've got to try and crowd in, mobilize is the word we use, mobilize third-party capital. That's our role as a DFI. Right? It's not just to fund it all ourselves, we're supposed to be creating a market for investment and funding. So on any investment, we'll only ever take a maximum of 25% of any project, and that you can aggregate the equity and the debt in that if we participate in both. So we have to find other investors. From our perspective, one of the reasons that we're able to lend on usually more aggressive terms than perhaps some other dollar financiers is because we can borrow on better terms, and that's because we have a AAA rating, right? Our AAA rating is a function of our non-performing loans, and you can see where this is going. So we have to be quite careful. If we focus on the D in DFI, the development in the development finance institution, we'd love to take lots and lots of risk. So when somebody walks in saying, okay, I've never done a data center before, but I'm pretty sure I can do it, and I don't yet have any contracted revenues, but you know, you've seen that film, if you build it, they will come. That's quite difficult for us, because the dollars that that investor is asking for are competing with a whole load of other dollars in other sectors, which probably make more sense from an investment perspective. And we have to be quite careful not to distort the market, right? So we look at that kind of investment the way we would look at any other investment. Now, that then becomes a function of the market. So you've got, okay, the hyperscalers are here, they like to do their contracted, certain amount of pre-contract financing, which we are seeing increasing. And we're actually seeing terms come down to the point where we can't really compete anymore, which is, on balance, a good thing. Not for me, because I've got to find investments, but developmentally, that's a good thing. If people like myself are no longer able to compete, it means the money's coming from other places. But generally speaking, when we look at the investment propositions, you can look at the macro data and say the need is huge, and you can conclude, well, I'll finance every project that comes through the door. But we also have to have a look at whether or not we're going to be repaid. And we can't always say, well, we know the market's coming, it might be 20 years' time or it might be next year, but, you know, we're that patient. We're patient, but we're not that patient. So we also have to show that our investments make sense, unfortunately.
Okay. Let me also add something here, because it's not always only about the money. And this is something we need to understand, right? For somebody to invest in a project, that project must exist. Now, if you look at the state of the digital economy in Africa, Nigeria in particular, it's still at its infancy compared to North America or Europe, right? Or compared to even South Africa, right? When you compare South Africa to Nigeria or across West Africa, right? So it's just in probably the last 3 to 4 years, you started seeing people really say, hey, we want to build data centers, we want to build this infrastructure. And it's only at that time that people start saying, come and fund us, come and invest in us, right? I remember some years back when we started, many people thought I was crazy. I kid you not. Many people actually thought I was crazy because they didn't see the need, they didn't see the value, they didn't see some of the stuff I was seeing some years back. Right? So it's not only whether the money is there, but they also have to be projects in the digital infrastructure space before you go seek the money. And in our case in Nigeria, it's the digital economy, if I use the date in federal government, which was 2019, that they officially announced digital economy in Nigeria, is literally 5 years old. So we are still at early stage, but what I see also is, and this is what is more important, the rate of growth. If you check what has happened in the space over the last 3 years, it's more than what has happened over the past 20 years before that, right? So the rate of acceleration is extremely high, and we're going to see more of this play out in the coming years. I just wanted to indicate that it's not whether they are scared of investing, but you need to have projects and infrastructure to even invest in. And it's very recently that these opportunities start showing up, and people that, in the words of the earlier speaker, are brave enough are beginning to go into it.
Okay, thank you very much. So short-term graft headwinds, please feel for those executives that have to deal with those. And let's look forward to the long-term huge upsides and returns. All the evidence and anecdotal evidence points to it, but we have to just deal with that political risk management and all of those things that we have to deal with to get those good upside outcomes. Thank you very much. Round of applause for the panelists. Great discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we keep to those online as well? Okay, so thank you very much, gentlemen, for that. I think those are very brilliant questions, and even more brilliant, if there's such a word, responses as well. Very realistic and equally optimistic as well. Thank you very much. Once again, Dr. Kogan, thank you so much for moderating that session. So a round of applause to them, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen, just a photo up very quickly before you leave the stage as we move quickly into the next session. For those of us who have questions, we'll put up the barcode again. We'll put up the barcode again so that you can scan and still drop your questions. And as you can see, there's a bit of networking that has already commenced. For those joining online, thank you very much as well. We will get to your questions as soon as we can. Our next panel session is on satellite, subsea, and terrestrial, Africa's path to seamless and integrated connectivity. And just want to make sure that we have everyone here. I would like to call on the moderator for this session in the person of the Vice President Operations IHS Towers, Jubril Saba. Jubril, you here? Oh, there we go. He's a very short man about to go up on stage. A round of applause to Jubril, ladies and gentlemen. Joining Jubril on stage, we have in no particular order the Regional Director, West and Central Africa of RT Communications Group PLC, the person of Ruben Oshoma, so sorry, I'm bad. I had to look at you like that at me like, Oshoma, thank you very much. Great to have you here with us as well. I'd love to see some ladies on this. We do. We also have the chairman, Connected Compute, in the person of Langri Kolade. This is a beard gang, it's a beard gang panel. Okay, this will be very interesting. We have the Chief Executive Officer of Liquid Intelligent Technologies of Nigeria, in the person of Wole. If you want to clap, it's allowed. Great to have you with us, Wally, and thanks for the great question earlier on. We have the Managing Director, I think it's Biolab, if I'm correct, in the person of Josephine Awitete Sulu. Josephine? Oh, okay. I'm trying to look at you on the picture. Great to have you with us as well. And all the men got up to shake her hand. Fantastic. So this is 30 minutes on the clock, 15 minutes Q&A. If we can round up just before the tea break, that would be good. All in favor, say aye. All in favor, say aye. This is a 45-minute session. Or should we make it 10 minutes? All in favor, say okay, I'm just kidding. So hand over to our moderator. Over to you, Jibril.
Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us. We're in a difficult spot, ladies and gentlemen. We're right between them and tea break. Okay. So I wouldn't want to take too much time. We'll probably just go straight into the session with the Q&A. But the panelists today bring their wealth of knowledge and experience to a discussion where we're trying to get insights on the current state of connectivity in Africa, the challenges we face, and the innovative solutions, because they are actual industry experts who are at the first, middle, and last mile, I believe.
And also work within the invisible man with the regulators and looking for
ways to collaborate. So they will be bringing examples of innovative solutions that they've deployed to overcome the hurdles. I wouldn't spend time introducing the panelists. They've already been introduced to us. I would like to go to the person who joined us last, Josephine. You know, it's said that the total subsea cable capacity in Africa has grown approximately 7x since 2016. In the previous panel, we spoke about, we're congratulating the Meta folks on the landing of to Africa, and even here in Nigeria, Equinor landed, I don't know if it was last year. Is this now indicative that Africa has sufficient bandwidth and throughput to meet current and future demand, or is there more to be done?
Thank you very much, Jibril. And yes, two Africa landed on the shores of Nigeria in February of this year, and the company I represent, which is part of the MTN group, was the landing partner in Nigeria. So, do we have enough submarine cables in Africa? When we look at the reason why we have submarine cables in the first place, it's to ensure that we have sufficient capacity across all the 54 countries on the continent. And there is such a huge demand for bandwidth in Africa, especially in the tier 1 countries. We've seen a significant growth over the last couple of years, especially since COVID, where we now have people working hybrid, working from home, leveraging the likes of Zoom, Teams, amongst others, Google Meet for their sessions. And for such sessions, you need a minimum of at least 1.5 megabyte per second of data in order for you to have a seamless experience. You also have significant increase in content creation on the continent. So we have a lot of content creators on the continent now doing fantastic things. And there's a lot of streaming, leveraging the likes of Netflix, among the other streaming service providers as well, which also requires significant bandwidth. The good news is, with all the subsea cables landing, we have quite a lot of capacity coming onto the continent, both in the east, south, and west. And these submarine cables are bringing multi-terabyte capacity on the continent. So if we look at it from a capacity perspective, we do have quite a lot of capacity hitting the shores of various coastlines across the continent. However, I don't think we should limit our focus to capacity alone. If we remember, earlier this year, 3 submarine cables were cut somewhere along the Red Sea. And whilst we were working to bring some of those submarine cables back online, we had another 4 outages simultaneously somewhere along the Côte d'Ivoire. Now, luckily for us, because of the number of submarine cables, as you mentioned, which have come onto the shores over the last couple of years, there wasn't a total blackout in most countries. Actually, there wasn't a total blackout in any country of note. The impact was significant in certain countries more than others, but the reason we were able to continue to leverage capacity and internet is because of the redundancies that these multiple cables have been able to provide. We need to continue to invest in submarine cables. We need to ensure that we have diverse routes. We also need to ensure that we have sufficient capacity across various coastlines. And there has to be more than one submarine cable landing in each country that can actually service these submarine cables. The reason I say that is when you look at Nigeria, the impact of this outage of Nigeria was not as significant as it was in some countries. And the reason is because we have multiple submarine cables here in Nigeria. And thanks to 2 Africa, we actually have now a submarine cable on 2 coasts in Nigeria. So where predominantly most submarine cables were landing just in Lagos, we now have a submarine cable that's also landing somewhere in the east. So we need to have more of these in order to ensure resilience, in order to ensure that we are able to provide the network providers with alternatives. But I think we also, as Africa, need to build on our exchange, our local exchange, such that when we're building terrestrial, when there are outages, we're able to leverage terrestrial, connect from, say for instance, if there's an outage in the East Coast, connect through terrestrial down to the West Coast and then back onto a submarine cable to take you back into Europe or the Americas. So we need to continue to invest in these sorts of infrastructure, and submarine cable is the foundation of the net, as far as I'm concerned, and most experts would also say. If it were 10 years ago and we had 7 outages, it would have been a completely different story. And I believe that 10 years from now, taking into account the sort of investments that I'm seeing coming into Africa and the plans for additional submarine cable, I mean, another one was announced earlier in May, cable that will be going all the way from Kenya to Australia. So with additional submarine cables coming, 10 years from now, if we had a similar outage to the one we had, it would simply be a blip. We would barely feel the impact. So absolutely, we need to continue to invest in more submarine cables. It's 1.3 billion people in Africa and counting. The capacity requirements are massive. But beyond capacity, we also need to build resilience into our infrastructure. And to do that, we need diverse routes, we need bigger cables, and we need strong partnership amongst the various players.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Claire, okay, so more capacity required, largely for redundancy, but also because we're seeing a growth in demand due to the factors that you earlier mentioned, content creators, economy is moving into the digital space. But you also brought in an interesting dynamic when you took us now to the second mile, which is terrestrial, and then the challenges there. So perhaps I can turn it over to Ruben. What's your assessment of the state of play now that we've come to land and what she's spoken about in terms of exchange between countries?
Thanks very much for that.
I will say that with regards to the middle mile and
fiber deployments in Africa as a whole, there's been a lot of work done in that space, I must say. There's been a lot of effort put into that area. But again, I now ask the question, why is it that despite all this effort that has been put into deploying fiber in the continent, there's still a lot of uncovered population without access to connectivity? And when I think about that, I'd like to go to statistics first of all before I answer that question. It is estimated that we still have just over 40% of population that are connected in Africa. And that's the lowest continent to be connected all over the world. So you now ask the question, how do we bridge this gap? So that means 60% of the people in Africa are not actually connected. That's what it means. So, on another level, out of that 60%, majority of those people are actually living in the rural or remote areas. And that's about 75%, which is huge. So if we're talking about connectivity, we need to think of where are these people that are not actually connected and how do we bring them on board? How do we include them to bridge that digital divide? I think that's the question since we're talking about connectivity here. Now, we all know the limitations of fiber deployments and even the terrestrial infrastructure solution. We know how expensive it is, how difficult it is, and also you need to get people that will take them up once you invest in them. I mean, if I was an investor, I'm looking at fiber business in Africa, I'm going to ask myself, what's the ROI? Where am I going to get my revenues from? How profitable is that? And because of that, I don't think I'm going to be eager to go into those areas that have little or no income. I'm not going to take up the fiber that I've deployed in those areas. And that's why I'm going to come to the solution which I think is viable for this kind of area, which is the satellites. You know, satellites have been put at the back burner for a very long time. You know, but thanks to new innovation, it's been coming up now, and we can see the value and capability of satellites at least over the last 5 years. Now, the challenges that we face with terrestrial infrastructure are not common with satellites. I mean, satellite is faster to deploy, easier to deploy, and in these cases, they're actually cheaper to deploy. I'll give you a case study. In the last 3 years, we as an organization have actually connected up to 700 communities in Nigeria alone. That's up to 4 million people being connected and being empowered in about 26 to 27 states in this country. I mean, that's 4 million, right? If there wasn't for satellite and in collaboration with our partners, we would not have been able to do that. So that's the
power it's got. So to add to Josephine's point, we don't only have capacity problems. I think we have at least enough to get us to a good point. What we
have is penetration problem, because no private investor wants to go to that space. So what I think we need to do is that we need to change how we think about connectivity. And we need to say that what will it take to bring this good number of people and include them and provide capacity for them to connect them. So strategically, satellite, in addition to the terrestrial infrastructure, which is even microwave and fiber, need to come to play and need to be looked at as an integrated solution to connect these people. Because the more people you connect in Africa, the more people that can be empowered, the more that will be able to contribute to the GDP and the entire growth of the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruben. And maybe I'll
take this a bit further and invite Wale here to contribute.
So we've spoken about satellite connectivity as something that could help to bridge the last mile, particularly in underserved communities, going beyond fiber. But, and I'm trying to take this into the regulatory, the operator space, and how collaboration can happen there, because Ruben has said to us it needs an integrated approach. But today, if I take the example of what's happening with Safaricom, with Starlink's entry into the market, are these conversations happening though? Are we looking at this, operators, regulators on the continent, people financing these solutions, at bringing all parties to the table to look at this as an integrated whole?
Okay, thank you very much, Jubril. We were sitting together earlier on in the audience, and in the conversation, one of the things we kind of agreed on was that the network, as it is from an engineering perspective, interacts with each other. You need a combination of subsea cable, towers, satellites, terrestrial cable, CPEs at the other end to deliver service. So they talk to each other, and we make sure they do. But do we, the soft part, do we talk to each other? The collaboration has to happen on the people's side. You're an HR person, so you understand that AI as technology is just technology. It makes a good man better, a bad man worse. We, at what I would call leadership level, need to have a clear agenda to actually speak to each other to solve these problems, because we're all doing little things in small ways. Maybe someone is very excellent in data centers, somebody is a champion in satellite, but we're dealing with a bigger problem. The problem we're dealing with eat all of us. We need to collaborate. So it has to be an ecosystem approach. And beyond just the talking to each other as people in the same industry,
here is incestuous. We actually need to talk to the finance guys, like Dan, who just left, because they are part of our delivery. You can't deliver a data center or submarine cable without money. You need the uptake. You need the people who are going to use these services. Nigeria's content industry is growing faster than everyone. After Hollywood, maybe Bollywood, you'll be talking Nigeria. I don't even know where they stand now. Okay, you have on maybe Africa Magic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the people who need this stuff. But see, they're only in the urban areas. There's talent. I've seen very great talent in rural areas that, you know, you are just lucky to be there to film. We've got climate issues. How many weather stations do you have around taking information about how to deal with all these things? You can't take it only in Lagos. So you have to talk to the policy guys also to help. You have to talk to the education sector. It's come up here tangentially about talent, the soft skills. People don't even, people graduate with degrees and they are kind of useless to the industry. The technical guys, where the soft skills also to support these big investments. You're not just going to have a data center and it will run itself. You need people to manage it. These are the conversations that I'm happy they are beginning to happen. Even from the AU level, they have the Agenda 2063, they have the AFCFTA, a lot of initiatives. But I think what is missing is what you just talked about. First, a lot of people need to agree, stakeholders consensus that yes, we do have a problem. We do need to collaborate. How do we collaborate? We shouldn't just compete, but take it to the next level, which is I think there's a word for it these days. I don't want to throw it out here.
Up to you, Larry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Larry, it's truly into your pocket, but let me give a bit of context
to how perhaps we should approach this in the time left. Can we look a bit closer at governments and regulation? Do we think that enabling, if you like, framework exists to solve some of the problems that have been shared in the first two panels and what Josephine, Ruben, and Wale have spoken about today? From your experience working across the continent, do you think from a regulatory policies and government policies point of view, we are having the right conversations and moving in the right direction?
Thank you very much for the question.
I'm sure you gave me the government question because I look like a politician.
I think whenever I am on a panel like this, I like to bring everything home to why are we here, okay? And I think I will start by saying that I believe that for you to fix a problem, you actually need to focus on that problem first. You need to identify what we're trying to solve. And in my view, there are two things we're trying to solve for. One of them is that we have a risk of digital colonization in Africa. And that is something that we need to be very mindful of. A lot of our data sets are not being mined in this continent. When you go to ChatGPT and all that, and you give those your data sets into those things for them to actually give you back information, the data that is being used are not yours. So the information they're giving you is garbage in, garbage out. That's one. So there's that risk of digital colonization. The second one is that has to do what I would call digital equality. Okay? And I think to not digress too much, all that we've been talking about today is how do we kind of bridge the digital divide. But as you can see from the panels that we've had since morning, it is not the definition of what digital divide is and what digital equality is actually moved. And it has moved because you also need to identify what are the gaps in cloud infrastructure and what are the clouds that you have in AI adoption. So we need to put all that into context and not just talk about broadband access or penetration. How much intelligence are you actually using? So to go to your question, yes, the stakeholders are working together. At least they are doing their best. You see instances of PPPs happening, you see instances of shared infrastructure, you see instances of licenses being issued faster than they normally would. But at the same time, I don't think anybody is addressing the issue of data equality yet. So in my view, having to put everything into perspective and look everything together will help all of us. Now, who are the stakeholders that we're talking about? Because you see, I was on a similar panel like this in 2019, and it was actually at the World Bank, and it was called the Digital Moonshot 2030. And the aspiration at that time was that we were going to get to, by 2030, Africa should be able to have 1 billion people connected, and the analysis, as you heard earlier, was that we need $100 billion to do that. 35 billion every year for connectivity, but that is indeed a moonshot. Dan mentioned earlier that the capital is not patient enough, and that is a problem. So in my view, there's going to be a combination of a lot of things. A key stakeholder in all this is government. The right policies, the right enabling environment, and the audacity of putting in the right seed infrastructure and the seed capital in place for the private sector to now be able to leverage on. Wale asked a question earlier on the last panel about the risk, what do you call it? When he was talking about the insurance, risk insurance, okay? That is a significant problem. Why is that a significant problem? It's a significant problem because people want to bring their money into Africa. They are afraid that there may be a coup d'etat somewhere, so their capital is not safe. So you will see that a bulk of that or the forex issues cannot be fixed by anybody. So you need stability on the government side of it. Okay? Now, why will a DFI bring in money into Africa when they are not secure? So you need to also sort that out. So PPPs are very, very important. So the collaboration between the stakeholders is key. ECOWAS is working with the AU, the countries, bilateral agreements are already happening, and we've seen all that. There's also the Smart Africa initiative, which is also one that is also being done extensively. So overall, you need collaboration, you need serious coordination. In a place like Nigeria, where you have NICOMSAT doing something else, from maybe another agency within the government doing something else. It's actually something that should be harmonized in a way where coordination works very well, okay, and it's important. Ruben was talking about rural telephone and rural connectivity earlier, but you see the cost of the space segment is still expensive. But you see, imagine if that space segment is now shared across multiple African countries, which means if it is coordinated very well, it will bring the cost of delivery down. So invariably, I think those are the key points that I want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's a scoreboard right in front of me, so I have a bit of scoreboard pressure in terms of the amount of time we've got left. If you can ask the panelists...
in the old language, the questions were 30 seconds each. The Minister of Technology for Africa.
How would you go about solving this problem that Ruben put before us of 70% of Africa being unconnected? Just one idea out of the box. Starting with you, Josephine.
Starting with me, okay. I think it's collaboration, and I think we've all touched on it in our various discussions. In order for us to have a fully connected Africa, we need to have sufficient investment in subsea cable. We need to have investments in terrestrial. We need to have investments at the tower layer. We need the satellite investments, and we also need to ensure we have sufficient data centers across the continents. This cannot be done just by the government or private sector. It needs to be a collaboration of both. But even more important, it also needs to be a collaboration amongst the players themselves. I think that earlier, the first panel talked about how successfully it had been done with subsea cables. To Africa, for instance, there are 8 consortium members that work together on this. We as Baobab have invested in quite a number of subsea cables across the continent. And for those that we didn't have direct investment, we went ahead and we bought capacity. The reason for this is to ensure that our customers continue to have sufficient capacity in whatever country they're playing across the continent. The government and the minister needs to have a laser focus on partnerships and bringing the relevant stakeholders together into one room and coming into agreements. And this includes policy, which again Larry has spoken to, and a lot of my other colleagues here. So I think it's partnerships and how to foster that. Also, you need to look at the investors like the DANs and also ensure that the environment enables them to bring their investments into the country. I think if we're able to do this, it sounds very simplistic, but it's going to take a lot to be able to make that happen, because we're talking about 54 countries and ensuring that we're all on the same page. Our requirements from country to countries will vary, so inevitably some of the tier 1 players are going to have to invest a bit more to support the other players. We have the likes of Alliance for Africa, Africa 50 and Baobab partnering to build huge terrestrial fiber across East Africa to West Africa, supporting the landlocked countries who do not have access to submarine cables. These are some of the types of initiatives that I think we're going to need. It has to be collaborative.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The audience
is going to vote for the best minister, by the way. Ruben. Yeah, I mean, again, Josephine has said a lot
about the partnership. So I would have just said, okay, you know what, she said anything and just move on. Oh.
You won't win any votes.
Just to add to that, I think the government business, as we know, apart from building that partnership, private-public partnership, is to create an enabling environment for the businesses to thrive, for the investors to actually, thrive as well. So I'm not going to be, going into a business of trying to build this infrastructure myself. Yeah, you can get the funds and give it to the people that are actually experts in that. I mean, like the Baobab, like the MTN, and all that thing. So, so that they can use it. While my role will be to ensure that the environment is right, regulatory framework is right, and people can do business and even subsidize at some point. I'll give you an example. In the US, I know that there's some rural project where the government actually subsidizes for the low-income earners. That doesn't happen around here. So we need to look at that. There actually needs to be a kind of budget for connecting the unconnected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wally.
I will approach it by framing the problem as availability,
affordability, and adoption. And so my approach will be simple. On availability, I'll push for open access networks. We have fiber running interstate in Nigeria, passing the front of schools, hospitals, and the National Broadband Plan actually wants to connect schools, but there's no breakout point to those schools because that information is not even available to the Ministry of Education, and the information around which schools are on that road are not available to the network, to anybody. So the first thing is you have to make it open. If you're going to put infrastructure in Africa, it will be open and anybody should be able to access it. Affordability, we live in the poorest neighborhood in the world. This is sub-Saharan Africa. You can't have a Western model Apple decision for Africa because you need people to take it up, which is why you should actually make it very open, as someone said earlier. Disaggregate this cost. Make sure you spread it around. Then the 1 naira, as they say in Warri, it will join the, how do they say, cooperation and make port food. So then the third one is adoption. We have, I think I saw a report, about 600 million homes covered already. So it's not a matter of, we actually have coverage, but people can't take it up for affordability on one side and adoption. You talk about ChatGPT, okay, for everyone in here, because you are in a hyperscale conference, you are 5% of the country, you know what it is, you know how to use a prompt. How many schools have computers? How many of them know? How many universities, graduates can use ChatGPT? So there's a huge job from the education side, because you launch a service, people can't access it. Everything is still paper-based. I will digitize a lot. If you, Nigeria has tried, we're mobile first and all that, but we still, when you talk about really understanding using digital infrastructure, we just use it for Facebook. Okay, I mean, apologies to my sister there, but in using it for education, for research, for transformation, really, we've not really started, and that adoption is not there. There are a couple of initiatives happening there, but I will push for adoption.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Larry,
So we'll need to go to the Q&A very quickly.
Let's have Larry have a final word, please. Sorry.
No problem.
Two things that I will work on. Investments, making investments easier, de-risking them, and innovation.
And I've actually just borrowed from what Wale and Madam here said. If you're bringing money, if you want foreign direct investments and your economy itself is risky, then why would anybody want to give you money? But if you're a minister of communication and somebody wants to make $100 million investment, for example, and you can tell the person, okay, look, where does your business case make sense? And the person says, if I was investing 80 million, it would have made sense. Then I would reduce the 20 million, okay, as government contribution, not in equity, but as a risk-free capital. You know, you need to, if you want things done, you need to be deliberate about it. And I think that is the role of government, okay? It's talked about enabling environment, we talk about policy, but we need to build the infrastructure ourselves. Wale was talking about open access. If Baobab builds a network, Baobab's shareholders will want a return, okay? And they have no incentive, okay, to open it up if they don't make their money first. So we need to be very careful about that, okay? Once Ruben launches his satellite, his ROI is the first thing. But you see, if that satellite was launched by NICOMSAT, okay, the ROI is people first. So it is mighty as well. Look, America is where they are right now. America has invested in infrastructure. Government has done that over the years. BT in the UK owns the largest fiber infrastructure. They monetized it before it was liberalized for everybody to use, but it was government money. So we shouldn't, private equity and private money can build it, but the risk taker, the biggest risk taker is government. So if we can cut all the fats that we need to cut and deliver very well and de-risk investments, we will get things done faster. And government should be the anchor of it. Not as an owner, okay? It's still private sector led, but let government de-risk that investment for people to now be able to put their money in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Thanks, panelists. We can take a few questions, I believe, or no?
Yes, we can. Well, first of all, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that enlightening session. Please, can we have we'll take two questions quickly as we have a quick tea break. 10 minutes tea break is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, and of course a performance by TK Classic as well. Your name, your question, and who it is addressed to. Please make sure it is extremely brief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Remy Ajenifuja. I am with so we are a new entrant into the connectivity space. Startups.
You can't hear the question. Okay, Remy, is this Remy, right? Okay, I know you're a rapper, judging by how you're holding that mic the first time. So please project so we can all hear you and take your time. Thank you.
My question is about the penetration into rural areas. Now, as projects, we are trying to reach those rural areas. We have found a way to use satellites. And as Mr. is based on data monetization. And also, like you said, complement concepts, providing new satellite frequencies. But still, we still have to do it if we want to be able to reach these people seamlessly. So, what kind of investment, what kind of direction can we take towards developing our own satellite systems, deploying them, and using them to serve our rural areas across Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take the second one as well?
Good afternoon. My name is Sayalo Abidemi. I'm a student.
So my question is, above all what everyone has said from the beginning to now, I think the major thing is providing an environment is not the way out. But what are the people, who are the people benefiting from it? What am I trying to say? The root of the matter is that in terms of employment, we need to talk about employment. It cannot be emphasized. If we talk from now to the next day, we cannot overlook that. We need to talk in terms of employment. Employment are over there. People are not getting from it. It's people that are inside that are getting from it. And I think that will become the growth of employment, the growth of technology, and beyond.
So sorry, did you get the question?
We'll try.
Okay, so let's take the first one. Thank you very much.
Let me attempt to answer the rapper's question around coverage. So when you talk about coverage, it means that you already have a network. Then you talk about usage. Are you using the network? If we use Nigeria as an example, and there are people here in IHS, they have towers in villages that are not being used. And they're shutting them down because of an affordability issue. There's a poverty issue. So we need to double click into this issue of how do we cover the rural area. The rural area in continental Europe is not a poverty-stricken area. Rural area in Africa is different. So even if you cover the place, what are they going to use the network for? That's the challenge. So you have to wait for them to get to a certain level. They have schools. Is when you have a hospital there, then they need connectivity. You have a university or a research center there, then they need connectivity. Now, the connectivity they have, which is basic 2, 3G and go, they are not even able to return enough revenue to sustain that little one. The alternative is having what these open systems, community-driven systems. They don't have the skills. If you give a rural location, you dash them laptops and say, okay, I've computerized this area. Who will be the system administrator? How will they set up their passwords? So there are systemic issues. There has to be an ecosystem. It's not a technology issue. It is an ecosystem issue. If you put in a network there, somebody has to administer the network, somebody has to run it, somebody has to work it, if you want the cheapest one. If you are living in Lagos, to give you an illustration, where we are, you won't put this kind of hotel in the rural area. The only time you will see this kind of hotel in a rural area is when you go to the place that tourism around that rural area has been developed. Then you will go there. You will find huts in the rural area, and therefore they don't need fiber, broadband.
So thanks, Wale. And I think the question on what type of investment is needed to be able to launch our satellites and not maybe the view about maybe that drive down the costs or the data colonization risk is reduced. I think that was addressed in the first and the second panel. If we can get a playback of that online for those interested. The second question, I think, was around providing an enabling environment, more from the point of view of something that the panelists picked on, which is the skills development. So if we're talking digital economy, is there, to your point, Larry, like a deliberate approach to building skills that would leverage that economy, like digital-ready youths, ready to engage, ready to socialize in that way? Because the question which came across as a bit of frustration is, you build it all and who benefits? Because there's a sense that it's the same people who are currently employed in this space that will continue to benefit. So are we doing enough to build the skills on the demand side of the equation so it continues to be a sort of like, what do you call it? When you have a percentage that keeps adding up, yeah? Keep getting those outsized benefits, if you like.
I think I want to answer that question and that comment about
employment and I want to take you back to just think about
where India is 10 years ago and where India is today. Okay? If you look at most of the major hyperscale or cloud companies in the world right now, the top, yeah, are Indian CEOs. The bulk of them went to school in India. Okay? What did the Indian government do differently? They were deliberate about connectivity. We cannot build enough schools. But like Wale said, there is a village where there is connectivity and it is expensive to maintain for the private sector. But by God, the government should pay for that connectivity and make sure it is not shut down so that any kid from that school that can access the internet will have the same access like a boy in San Francisco. Leave the rest to that boy. Okay? And what I am saying is that connect as many people as you can. They will develop skills that all of us will be amazed about. Please, democratize connectivity. That is all you need. Okay? Employment will be self-employment. There are people in Nigeria here that make dollars here by coding and sitting in their houses. Okay? Sitting. You understand? So they don't even have to look for a job. All the guy knows, he knows how to code. And that skill is, it has no boundaries. He makes his money in his house and he gets paid in Forex. Now, he doesn't even care about your Naira exchange rate. He's even happy that the Naira is being devalued because he's making more Naira. Okay? But the bottom line is that skill, you cannot change it. It's in his head. Okay? Like I call myself Larry Colade Incorporated. I am me. Okay? I can be uprooted from one business to another business to another business. It's what I have learned. But I only had that because I have access. Okay? So please, let us remove this notion of access is too expensive. It is going to be a leveler. Democratize connectivity, leave the rest. We talk about the Yaba hub in Nigeria. Okay? That is the most, that is where you have the Flutterwave of the world and Andela coming from. But do you know what actually generated that? A $50,000 investment of a fiber that was done, Miwon and the government of Lagos State. People don't write that history correctly. They don't even talk about it enough. But that is what has given you unicorns in Nigeria right now. 2 unicorns from a $50,000 investment and from a vision of somebody that connected fiber to Yaba. Okay? So connect internet to Ajegule. Yeah? There will be fraudsters, but there will also be people that will generate proper value. They will fix problems that you and I have never talked about because it is unique to them and they have access to knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. A round of applause for the panelists. The word I was looking for was the compounding effect. Sorry,
I just wanted to add that the statistics we've seen, for instance, also shows that where technology goes, you start to get a lot of usage. So when you say that we need more education, absolutely. But what we are also finding is that the youthful population that we have are so hungry to be a part of this digital economy that they are learning themselves, they are teaching themselves, they are adapting very quickly. And what we've noticed is where you put a site in a certain location, you give it a little amount of time and you start to see significant capacity utilization. Yes, there's an affordability issue, and that's where government comes in. And I think if the government is willing to give some level of tax concession to the private sector, you will see the private sector also willing to continue to invest in some of these locations. We've seen some states, for instance, waiving right-of-way charges and allowing the private sector to come in and support them in terms of education in the state or healthcare in the state. These sort of initiatives also address your employability issue, because with more and more of these technologies going into various areas of the country, you will start to see more small businesses, the hubs that Larry is speaking of, building capacity within those locations. So I agree, democratized technology supports the private and public sector partnerships and continue to just build infrastructure across the country. The return on investment will come, but the government absolutely has a big role to play there. We have a youthful population. They are the biggest assets we have. We need to take advantage of that.
Thank you very much. So I don't have to do a job of the key messages from this panel. I think Josephine helped to put that together succinctly. Thank you to our panelists for your invaluable insights. Issues and opportunities in Africa's internet infrastructure. Thank you all very much and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. A quick photo op. I'm sure we can do much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. That was really good. Thank you so much to Jibril, Josephine, Wale, Larry, and of course Ruben. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take, of course, any questions. We have a performance, and I want to crave your indulgence for this next part. So a quick change. After the tea break, which is about 10 minutes, we're going to let you in on how to go about that. We have the Innovating Towards Africa's Digital Future panel, and we're going to move up one of the panels for later, immediately after that. That's the regulatory frameworks for fostering digital infrastructure development in Africa. And thankfully, Josephine made mention to the government, and thankfully we also have the presence of the distinguished Honorable Commissioner of Science, Technology and Innovation in the person of Olatubosun Alake. So he'll obviously take a shot and a jab at some of those pointers raised. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a performance here. And we have TK Classic. TK Classic, are you here? So while TK Classic gets on stage, the ushers will guide you in terms of rows. So we want to first of all crave your indulgence for everyone to remain seated. The ushers will approach you and you head to the back of the hall, get your tea, and then come right back in, okay? So we're going to take this in an orderly fashion, and hopefully we can round off, at least have it in about 10 or so minutes so we can come back to finalize on all that we need to do. So we can finalize that and get going as well. TK Classic, are you here? Okay, so while he gets ready, thank you very much once again. Those of you online, thanks for being part of this. It's still HCA 2024, the power of convergence is the theme for this year, and it has been phenomenal. The amount of knowledge that has been exchanged, data, information, insight, and most importantly, the areas where convergence will definitely lead to a more productive and a solid industry that will ensure that we all work together and change the narrative sooner than later. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome TK Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where you scream.
The sky's never dark when it's daylight. The stars never shine when the sun's out. The birds don't whisper in the night time. So my love for you, baby, is never ending. There's not a fit for my love, 'cause the way you got me feeling, there's not a wall. You got me deep with your touch, so my love for you, baby, is never ending. Would you stay with me tonight? 'Cause my love for you, baby, is never ending. Would you stay with me tonight? 'Cause my love for you, baby, is never ending. Lay with me, baby, one more time, 'cause I can't let you my memory down. You're the star lights my world. So I love you, baby, it's never ending. Would you stay with me tonight? Oh, my love for you, baby, is never ending. Would you stay with me tonight? 'Cause my love for you, baby, is never ending. Thank you very much. Thank you. When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm, there's a golden sky and sweet silver song of the dark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be torn and blow. Walk on Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That's my time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can do much better than that. Or should I assume that the tea break won't let you give him a round of applause? Well done, TK Classic. That was phenomenal. All right, so we need to head back. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to head back very quickly. There will be the opportunity. I mean, obviously the networking is ongoing, but let's get back to our seats so we can get the next panel session going. I still have quite a way to go today, so let's hit the road. Can we have some music, please, DJ?
My name DJ Cypherly in the mix.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel session will commence in 5 minutes, so please do make yourselves comfortable and back to your seats. Ensure you also have your personal belongings with you at all times. Once again, please, let's try and speed up on the tea break and back to our seats as we commence with the next panel session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still HCA 2024. Please want to crave your indulgence to make our way back to our seats. You can move with your tea and snacks as well. It's okay. But let's make sure we're seated as we will commence the next panel session shortly. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next panel is on innovating towards Africa's digital future. And that will be moderated by the Chief Executive Officer of INQ, the person of Fine Akosiona. We will commence shortly. Immediately after that panel, we're going to move up one of the other panel sessions up. That's the session on regulatory frameworks for fostering digital infrastructure development in Africa. We're going to move that up, and after that particular session, we have the talent gap, developing sustainable digital talent for Africa. We're going to put aside the fireside chat to save some time. So we're just going to focus on the panel sessions. Do feel free, as always, to network and, of course, converge with like minds and other professionals who you feel will be beneficial to your business as well. It's still the Hyperscalers Convergence Africa 2024, where the theme is the power of convergence. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will have to kick off with our next panel session. So please, wherever you are, I would appreciate if you could make your way back to your seats. Unless you have other plans, like staying here forever and ever, which I do not think you do. So the sooner we kick off, the sooner we can round off, okay? Please make your way back to the main side of the hall. Thank you. Okay, so our next panel is on innovating towards Africa's digital future. And it's a great pleasure to call up on stage to moderate the Chief Executive Officer of Inc. and the person of Ifeanyi Okosiono. A round of applause as he makes his way. Please do not tell me that the food has weighed your hands down. Please, a round of applause. Ifeanyi, you have your work cut out for you. All right. Next up, in no particular order, we have the Chief Executive Officer of Remitter Payment and the person of Deremi Atanda. Also have the Executive Strategy and Business Operations Africa Data Center in the person of Wabo Majavu. Is Wabo around? Or is she online? Okay, there she is. Hi, Wabo. Just wave if you can hear us. What a beautiful smile you have. Don't worry, everyone is blushing here. Everyone is blushing. Great to have you with us. We also have the Senior Writer for Infrastructure, Business and Big Tech, Tech Cabal. Please do make welcome Frank Elena. And I think there we have it. So, innovating towards Africa's digital future. We have 30 minutes on the clock for the session and 15 minutes for the Q&A. Ifeanyi, are you ready? Okay, over to you. Your microphone, everyone's mic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to kick off. I'm not sure what is worse, going before tea break or after. You know, clearly, I think coming after tea break is nothing can be worse than it. If you don't mind, there's just some noise in the room. If you can help get everybody back to their seats so we can kick off. So yeah, for this session, we are going to be speaking to the topic, innovating towards Africa's digital future. I really enjoyed the just concluded panel engagement, right? And just because we are the innovation panel, you know, this is going to be much more exciting.
Yes, it will. So sorry if I am. My apologies on interrupting you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I would have to insist at this point, please, can we all please make our way back to the main hall so that we can all benefit from this session. There will be, of course, the opportunity to network, which is ongoing. But if you can hear my voice and you're in this hall, please just make your way, take your seat, so we can have a very well-rounded discuss. Thank you. Ifeanyi?
Thanks. Yeah, I was just saying that I really enjoyed the previously or just concluded panel session. And I think one key thing that came through to me was, the discussion around the 3 A's, right? There was a mention about availability, affordability, and adoption, right? And we won't be innovation if we're not able to add something to that. So I'm going to just add an additional A to that, right? So for me, it's availability, affordability, adoption, and maybe the fourth A should be adaptation, right? Just giving some of the conversations that they had during that panel engagement. So like I said, this conversation is about innovating towards Africa's digital future. And maybe for me, a very good place to start is, what exactly are we innovating towards, and why are we innovating, right? Is Africa even in need of a digital future, or does it not need that? So through this conversation, some of the things that are going to be coming through quite clearly is, why exactly are we innovating towards Africa's digital future? So I think to help me set the agenda properly, I'll ask Jeremy to take a shot at that and help us frame the agenda for this conversation, exactly why, or what are the reasons why we are trying to innovate towards Africa's digital future. And before you start, just from a house rule or housekeeping perspective, this is going to be extremely conversational, right? Yes, it's a panel, but it's going to be extremely conversational. And if it's conversational, we also want to get as much involvement from the audience as possible. And what do I mean by this? What I'm trying to figure out is if it's possible for the moderator, the event organizers, to help us collate as many questions as possible, right? If you can just capture that. Hello? Yeah, if you can just capture the questions from the audience on a piece of paper or something like that. And even during the conversation, some of those questions may actually form part of our interaction. So without wasting too much time, I'll hand it over to you, Jeremy, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And to just say a very big thank you for giving this opportunity to this panel to share thoughts. And more importantly, to the organizers of the event. It's been a great day talking about the things that will move Africa forward, especially from the context of digital infrastructure. And this is supposed to be talking about innovation. And like Ifeanyi said, what exactly are we innovating around? We're innovating around the prosperity of Africa. That's at the bottom of it. And the prosperity of Africa, we're putting it within the context of digital infrastructure. So it's not just another talk shop. We want to be able to map our thoughts to the actions that will make those thoughts happen. The prosperity of Africa is dependent on the quality of the digital infrastructure that we have. And so there's a context to that. And that's why when we talk about convergence, it's about the peculiarity of Africa and the countries of Africa, and that's the subject of innovation. Every people to solve Africa's problem within the context of Africa. The immediate outcomes are multidimensional. First, there's going to be an improved quality of life on account of the availability of digital infrastructure that connects Africa. A number of times we're having sovereign agenda, but just think about putting all of this together on a continental level and what that breeds. So the quality of life would become an African thing. By the time you look at the quality of life across the different countries, based on the introduction of diverse digital infrastructure that meets our need, that works. The second thing is that in making these things happen, you're redefining the economic landscape of Africa in terms of connectivity. If you're talking about data centers, if you're talking about fiber optics, if you're talking about satellite, if you're talking about hardware, if you're talking about software, if you're talking about the financials that drive all of that. The fourth thing around that is, while that is happening, you're actually expanding the skills base in Africa, because you're going to have a lot more people connected doing this at scale. And scale is where you have the opportunities, much more. So once that comes into play, you can see there's opportunity to build capacity based on the expansion of digital infrastructure in Africa. So in setting the tone for this conversation then is, what role does innovation have to play in making all of this happen? And that has to do with us, how we respond to these challenges.
And because I'm in the payment space, I'll be able to give some examples of what has happened. Just think about intra-African payments today. Down the line, I'm going to talk about that. Why it has taken us this long to get to Pan-African payments, the role of stakeholder ownership of those problems, the role of PAPs, and what infrastructure is going to make that happen. So I think those could just be opening comments to get the conversation going. Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much. I think a few things that I already took away from that is, I think you mentioned that, the reason why we're even having this conversation in the first place, or the reason why we are trying to innovate towards Africa's digital future, the first thing that I took away was Africa's prosperity, right? And that resonated with me, right? It also resonated with the theme of this event. It says the power of convergence. What are we converging for? What is that power that we're trying to unlock? And I think it was even the previous panel as well. At some point, it almost became as if there was a tussle between the panelists on what mode of transmission or communication is best, whether it's satellite or terrestrial fiber. And to be honest, those unconnected or excluded communities, all they really want is access, right? They want access to a better quality of life, like you mentioned. They want access to, healthcare. They want access to education, just the basic things, right? So however we can innovate to make sure that they get included and they have access to these things, it shouldn't really matter the medium, right? Once we step outside of our comfort zone of the industry. And that brings me to you, Frank, right? You typically cover, extensively the infrastructure space, right? With the work that you do. What do you think we need to have in place to accelerate the digital infrastructure, essentially? What do you think we need to have in place to make sure that we bring people into the connected world?
All right. I'd like to say, first of all, thank you to the organizers of this program. It's an epochal one because data centers has become a constant, has become something that we all have to live with now. And earlier sessions have told us that it's going to scale. Now, coming to your question about what we need to do to make this digital future happen, I would certainly say that from hindsight, it's not a function, it's not because we don't have the ambition. If you look at what has happened from 1992, the setting up NCC, getting to 2001, the telco, the first telco licenses, and then we all went ahead to see the fiber cables coming, the submarine cables, starting from Nightcomsat. Then we moved on to Main One, to Global, to Globalcom, and the rest of them that came now. So along the line, we've also seen a lot of targets, national plans, broadband national plans. So 2012 national plan, 2020 national plan. In 2023, the current minister came with a strategic blueprint. So there is an intention in terms of this is where we need to go to. The government sees it, but I don't think that we've had a corresponding leadership drive to make all of those ambitions come true. If anything, if we go through all the targets that has been given, there's always mixes. We either missed a target, we missed, say, 70% broadband plan, we've missed 120,000 kilometers of fiber. We probably might also miss the one of next year, because currently fiber broadband is just less than 80,000 kilometers so far, all right? And we are targeted around 120,000 by 2025. The minister has said he wants to deploy 90,000 kilometers by 2027, all right? And then if you talk to people, they tell you it's taken us 20 years for us to get up to 40,000 or 80,000 kilometers of fiber? How do you deploy 90,000 kilometers of fiber in 2 years? You know, that's 2027. So what's needed is actually the leadership to make all of this thing happen. That's a thread that connects all of this. I don't think we've had a champion, somebody who says, this is my work. We've used the word leapfrog a lot. It's always become like an anthem every time we need to leapfrog payment, we need to leapfrog this one, you know, that's how we leapfrog our way to mobile phones. We didn't build anyone. And some companies came to, you know, try to set up mobile phones. We couldn't do that. But we are leapfrogging again. I'm concerned that in the future that we're looking at, in the African future that we're looking at, we might see AI built by other people, and then we'll leapfrog AI. Do AI again, leapfrog, you know? So they would have given us AI, we'll just layer some things on top of it, we'll say, oh, this is an innovation. But at the end of the day, we are only just paying those who actually built the hardware. So we need to come to the point where leadership wakes up and charts leads the direction that is already charted. We've seen it through the National Broadband Plan. We now need to see all of that translated into actual realities. And another thing I'm also thinking about is we also need to start seeing some collaboration, not just between states and the private sector, between the states itself, from the federal government to the states. So oftentimes you have the federal government project something, and then the state government says, when you finish, you come to me, we'll now talk, you know? So they're not carried along when the plan is already made, which is why we're here with right of way. What has happened with right of way is because I don't think that conversation has been heard enough. Yeah. You know, so when we do all of those things and plus more that we'll be talking about, I think we'll get ourselves a step forward into the future.
Yeah, a key point that I'm taking away from that one as well is just collaboration, a point on collaboration, right? And this event, again, is about convergence, right? Wabo, if you're online, I'm coming to you now. Right? It's because I know besides the work that you do at ADC, I know you're very big on communities, right? So when you look at innovation, how can we get the local communities involved in that process of innovation, right? And this is where I believe the last session or the last panel session was speaking to the concept of adoption, right? I think adoption is very closely linked with being involved in the process of innovating in the first place. You know, we shouldn't just look at ourselves on the continent as consumers of technology. What about we become a continent of builders of technology? If that is going to happen, how do you think we can stimulate local communities to get involved in the innovation process? I saw her online. Do we have Wabo? I don't know, Wabo, can you hear me? Media, please help us.
Okay. Okay, we lost the signal. We're trying to get her back so we can continue.
All right, thanks. Jeremy, do you want to give that a go? So the question again, let me just repeat, is how do you think we can get local communities involved in the innovation process, just to make sure that as we're innovating in a relevant way? Like, payments shouldn't just be payments for the sake of payments. Education shouldn't just be education for the sake of education. How do we, build products that are able to sit on the infrastructure that we're talking about, data centers and all of that, but are also quite relevant to some of our own peculiarities and challenges of our macro environment?
Thank you very much. And I think we're getting to the heart of the conversations in terms of Africans taking responsibility for Africa. And there must be a big picture behind which everybody is lined up. And for me, before we get to the issue of community, because that deals with ownership, is that there must be clarity of what the Africa digital infrastructure agenda is. There must be a clear Africa digital infrastructure agenda. Today, I do not believe it exists. If it exists, it's probably at sovereign levels. And that is why I said, in relating it to payments, it took Afrexim Bank to actually paint a picture of African payments in Africa. Meaning payments across African countries don't need to first go out of Africa before it happens. Because you want to accelerate trade, you want to expand local economies and all of that. To get communities involved, therefore, means there needs to be a clear African digital infrastructure agenda. There must be also those you're going to call promoters of that. These things don't happen by accident. They can't happen by accident. And I think one of the things that the Hyperscale Convergence Conference is about is shaping that and being one of the promoters. And not only do you promote that, then you sell it. So you develop that agenda, you socialize that agenda, and it is in socializing that agenda that you begin to feed it into communities. Because different communities will have different skills and peculiarities they can speak to on behalf of the continent. You probably are going to have skills in some areas better than in some other areas, and those skills can also be diverse. So nothing stops you from saying the African hub for assembly of chips is in one place, it can serve the whole market. That gets infused into curriculum. There's no African education curriculum, and you don't need to disrupt that. We can also identify where they're strong on tech, technical things, assembly lines. There are those who have a large population of programmers already, those hubs exist. There are those for whom they're strong in capacity building and development. So these are the ways you can get communities involved. So that's the second bit of it, socializing that agenda. And then you talk about implementing that agenda. And I don't think it can be an all-African affair because you don't reinvent the wheel in some instances, but you can engage for impact. And getting to the implementation stage is where you also infuse communities. Data centers are going to be located in some places. There are different things that those communities can bring to bear, and there are different ways you can build sustainability by engaging the community. At the end of the day, because we do not want to talk for talk's sake, there should be elements of monitoring. So we've developed, we've socialized for adoption, we've implemented, and that's going to continue to on a continuum. Then we are monitoring for impact. And there's no better way for you to monitor than evaluating the impact on the African continent and communities. And those are measurable parameters. So that becomes like a wash, rinse, and repeat. And I think that on its own can set an agenda for getting communities involved across the different layers. And these communities are multidimensional, by the way. They are the localized communities, there's a government community, there's an investment community, there's a capacity building community. So everybody has a stake, but all of this must be within the context of the Africa digital infrastructure map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you have Wabo back yet, but that's an interesting conversation. Do you want to chime in? Please, by all means, go ahead. But all right. Hold on, I think we have Wabo here.
If you can hear me.
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
I think I got cut off.
In the concept of innovating for Africa and by Africans. How do we get communities involved? I know you're very big in communities. Besides the work that you do at EDC in strategy, how do we get communities involved in the innovation process?
Sure. I think I will pick up on a point that Jeremy made, which is on the measurement and monitoring of impact. And so a lot of the work that I do with communities is
we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So a lot of the work that I do, particularly with communities, is if you look at one of the hindrances is access or pan-African access at a community level. today we're talking a lot about AI, and our competitive edge is our heritage. So when we look at the opportunities that large language models afford us, you can get the community involved at the point of building and developing those large language models. So we do a lot of work with the academic clusters, and then lastly we work with incubators, because the likelihood of success for a tech startup diminishes in the very early stages. And so what you then need is an incubator or stealth mode that you are able to purely focus on the innovation, be a standalone, and then when you're big enough, you can then get ingested into bigger programs, either through private corporations or through government.
Thanks, Wabo. We're starting to round up. If there are questions in the audience, please get them across as quickly as possible. I think there's an aspect that Wabo just mentioned, which is really about access, right? And I'm not talking about access to products like payment or education. I'm even talking about access to opportunities, right? And I think if we have the right amount and volume of access to opportunities, even the opportunities to innovate, some of the things that we are struggling with as a nation or as a continent would gradually start to fade away, right? And the big one for me is the talent gap that we have. And even the little that we have, they are, living in droves, right? And to be honest, if we have the right amount of opportunities, it is these individuals that will stay back, see these opportunities as an access to improve their communities, improve their businesses, and improve themselves. So my question, maybe starting with you, Jeremy, wearing the hat of a business leader, what do you think is the role of corporates? Corporates now could be corporates in public sector or, institutions or private sector. What do you think is the role of corporates in creating opportunities for people to figure out that these are the problems that are facing these different verticals, and how do we innovate around them? Like if you go to any industry, whether you're talking to consumer packaged goods, or you're talking to payments, or you're talking to education, or you're talking to oil and gas, there are very unique problem sets in these industries. But I'm not sure, and I'm not confident that the innovation ecosystem is aware of some of these very niche areas. Everybody's trying to do it around payments or education or things is involved and effective. What do you think we can do in the state of convergence to enable more access to some of these opportunities that are somewhat seeming like they are locked away from the innovation ecosystem?
Thank you very much. I think those are the right questions you're asking. And I do not think it's too far from who we are as a people. We think that talking about your problems means you are weak. We forget that every problem is an opportunity, because once you solve a problem, it's an opportunity for someone to create value. And you can't create value without being rewarded. And so we need to change the narratives to properly describe and put the problems in Africa within the context of reward. There are quite a number of people who have stumbled on gold. They don't want anybody to know where that deposit is, but they're not going to ever tell you how long they dig to get to gold and what the reward is. If we're going to achieve the economic prosperity for Africa, we must frame the problems in the right context. And also pitch that solving those problems is part of prospering Africa. There's no way, the data that was being shared earlier, the number of data centers in the US alone. The totality of all of those in Africa, does it mean the opportunities do not exist? It's just the way we'll frame the problem. If we begin to correctly frame the narratives around the challenges and the problems to be solved, then people are going to take an interest in being part of solving that problem. And I can just give you an example, even though we're speaking about Africa. Just look at Lagos as an example and think of the number of healthcare facilities that have sprung up in 5 years. And it's just a function of how that was described. Stop going out of Nigeria to address, you don't need to spend forex, you cut off travel, it's still the same health problem. But how you're addressing it is what has changed. And now you're having other people that were going to out there before who are now setting up here. Something is happening, you're expanding healthcare, you're making it more available, you are making it more accessible, you are making it more affordable because you've cut out some cost structure. So when you talk in terms of corporates, or the stakeholders who are going to shape this narrative, it still goes to the ownership of the African digital infrastructure narrative. It must exist. Once that exists, trust me, even if you don't get involved, other people from outside Africa will get involved. So we need to shape it in a way that Africans realize they need to take responsibility for that. And while thinking about this, I just asked myself, how come there's nobody talking about African Digital Infrastructure Investment Bond? People have talked about Pan-African routes, cutting from Egypt down or Morocco down to South Africa, and people are going to put money behind that. People talk about inland fiber cables, and people are going to put money. So who is talking about the African digital infrastructure and what is required? And I'm also thinking if that narrative is well shaped, and most of the investment comes in bits and pieces from within Africa, whatever that part is, it has the potentials of guaranteeing the success much more because you know you got the skin in the game. And these are the way opportunities can be framed. And I know there are people here who are probably investment advisors, there are people here who are infrastructure advisors. We need to begin to shape the narrative differently. And for me, that is one innovation. So it may be intellectual innovation, not necessarily in building the infrastructure itself, but how we respond to the problems of Africa is also an opportunity for innovation. Thank you.
Absolutely. You know, sometimes when we come to these events, it's very possible or it's easy for you to come just another event. You know, it comes with a talk show very easy. And I'm not really a fan of that personally. So I'm wondering what kind of key takeaways and actions that we can even start to, you know, move away from this event with. And Wab, I'm coming to you now, and if you're online, just still on the same topic of, you know, creating access to opportunities to innovators. This event was almost starting to become a topic on power or lack of power. When you look at data centers, the amount of power required to, you know, run businesses or run any kind of infrastructure business on the continent. You know, so if we looked at just power as a problem, right? I mean, in data center space, your business is really around the model of how you price for power and how you price for space, like in terms of your rack space and utilization. Like, even if you call that specific one a problem, how do you think, I mean, borrowing them in mid terms, how do you think we can shape the narrative around the data center or the, you know, digital infrastructure demands and needs in such a way that we can even get a lot of buy-in, whether from DFIs, from Africans in diaspora, from Africans living in Africa, on a call to action to say, this is a problem that is a hindrance, you know, in terms of keeping us from getting to that next milestone. How do we call that or frame that problem in such a way that we galvanize around it?
Power and energy. World Energy Council that has defined the risk for Africa and termed it the energy trilemma, which is security, affordability, and sustainability. I'll start with the last one, which is sustainability. If we look at all the alternative energy sources, the value chain is not completely green. You still have to drive a truck to the solar farm to deliver the panels. So there is an opportunity. I think Frank mentioned, you know, our leaders. And so I tend to present the second half, or at least speak to the second half of that problem, which is the citizen's voice. Because where we are building these solar farms, where we are building these data centers, it is in the heart of the communities. So the sustainability, how best can I have sustainable energy sources closer to the sites of producing the power? The second one is affordability. And so maybe to the investors in the room, you know, I always have the disclaimer, I don't have a finance background. But if we model our returns, assuming that Africa has already been linked up, then the effort in terms of the motivation and the monitoring of that investment certainly is quantifiable, right? And so if we assume going to school, there's healthcare, there's prosperity, you can then look at that economic contribution of the continent, taking into account its natural resources. Thirdly, the security. We know that diesel and energy sources for oil, there's probably about 13 countries worldwide. So it puts a premium on a scarce resource. When we move to the alternative energy sources, it drives down the cost of operation. It drives down, diesel for us is the highest cost when it comes to ensuring our customers expect. And then finally, going back to the
Well, but we're struggling with the connection. Well, but we're struggling to hear you. The connection is really poor. Apologies.
Multimedia, could we just mute? Okay, I'm sure we'll get her signal back very soon.
Yeah. Yeah, Frank, please wrap up. Just a few seconds.
Just a question that you're asking. If you want to get the diaspora to be part of this digital future that we're trying to craft, I'm thinking, you know, the jury is still out what's happened with the US PF, the fund that that is available for internet service providers and all that. I'm thinking that can we replicate that kind of funding and maybe review how it's governed and how monies come into it, and make it in such a way that people from outside can actually put money in it, you know, and expect a return on investment. All right? So what that means is that if you're a data center operator, whatever aspect of the telecom industry that you're part of, you need capital for something, you can apply to that fund, and you get your money, go do whatever it is that you want to do, then you return with a certain interest on it. That way, those guys outside are part of it, but then there should also be maybe a condition that ensures that these monies are used in areas where they are needed the most. All right, according to the NCC, all right, there are currently about 97 communities that are underserved or not served at all. And inside that community, you have about 27-point-something million Nigerians still living there. So, can we target such communities? And if we're targeting them, what is the business case that we're taking there that will ensure return on investment? Because whoever is bringing money from outside as a Nigerian that's living outside is not doing that for charity. The only way you want them to sustainably be bringing that money back is that there is something that goes back to them. The government can do what IFC has said that they're doing, you know, do a political security something. I think that's how he mentioned it. So you can do that, an insurance, all right, that says if this money fails, we'll pay you back this amount of money.
Yeah, I remember
You know,
that.
yeah. So that can be a way to bring in the diaspora. That fund doesn't get governed by the government anymore. It will now be governed by neutral people who can actually manage a fund.
Yeah.
All right. So that way you are creating a lot more growth
opportunities
across the industry.
No, thanks for that, Frank. We're starting to wrap up, and I know it's time for Q&A. So maybe what we'll do is take Q&A now, and once we have addressed some of the questions from the audience, I'll give an opportunity for wrap up from the panelists. Is that okay?
Yeah. So unfortunately, we'll have to take all of the questions. We'll just take one question, and then we'll come back to the gentleman over there, so we can move on very well, seriously behind time, and we need to make up for lost time. So the gentleman here, sir. Unfortunately, we need to just take one question. If you have any other question, please scan the barcode, if we can have that on the screen, so we can move on to the next panel session. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, but we need to catch up for lost time.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ejike Unyaso, Adaba Consult. It's a direct question.
So I think that what needs to be done clearly is that, I love the drive for AI, right? However, I think that there needs to be an academic back into it, the schools back in, research back into it. Some of us were concerned when they said they were going to bring 120 researchers, AI researchers. My question was, who is researching AI in Nigeria? You know, how do you define an AI researcher in Nigeria? But if we had a pipeline, a talent pipeline, where it is connected to the universities, the research, we would have gone, it would have been easy for us to say, okay, University of Lagos, OAU, Covenant University, University of Ibadan, they're already doing something, all right? We can get all the people who are researching AI in those institutions, and add them up with people who have invested maybe in AI, then we can get, we'll get ourselves somewhere, all right? It is, I don't think it's just enough for us to say, okay, let's start an AI project, but that AI project has to be rooted somewhere. It has to be rooted in our institution. It has to be rooted in our schools. Our students have to be a part of it, the discussion that we're talking about. So its linking is like Yaba Corn Valley. 50,000 used to round the fiber, but what I was also thinking, how come we didn't link that fiber up with the University of Lagos, link it up with University of, I think LASU, Lautech, and all of them, to connect all that ecosystem, all right? And then bring out the kind of tech ecosystem that Silicon Valley is like, and other tech ecosystem that we all talk about. So I think, first of all, we need to start going back to the place of research. How much are we investing? It boils down again to leadership. Who is going to drive it is the leadership. Private sector can come in, yeah, but leadership.
I think let's start wrapping up. Do you want to attend to that question, or you want to give your final thoughts? Maybe Frank, your final thoughts, and then we go around. Your final thoughts. We're wrapping up.
Okay. So my final thought is that we need to start getting intentional about how we drive our digital future. Okay. It's gone beyond the cliches, the constant telling us about the potential of Nigeria. We need to start thinking about how do we transform that potential into actual reality. How do we bring out the best from our talent? All right. Many of them are leaving the country and some of them are working from the country outside. How come they are not looking to work for companies inside the country more than they do outside? So all of those things need to be fixed for me before we start thinking about how do we leapfrog every other emerging technologies that are coming out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wabo, do we have Wabo on the line? Wabo, I hope your the connection is better this time. Just final thoughts as we wrap up, please.
Me too. All right. Final thoughts. I think on my side, what can we do now? I think we have started with this Hyperscalers Convergence. And so it is, what then do we do? We are connections today in the room. Hyperscalers Africa, and we are building a portal. So we talk about a tech ecosystem. We need an Africa tech ecosystem. As a tech startup, who's my peer in a different country in this field? Whether it's in the manufacturing space, whether it is in the renewable energy space. Move up the stack, data center to data centers. We talk about interconnected fabrics. And earlier on, we said we need to collaborate. Government programs, execution of that plan, that we need the ecosystem, because what we know for sure is we are building for a world that we have not seen. And so that constant collaboration, constant communication, which is a DevOps culture that we all need to adopt. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Wabo. How many of you in the audience would agree that the last panel session for this event so far is probably the most enjoyable so far? And it really is because all of them were on stage, right? We didn't have to deal with this whole joining online and stuff like that. And it really shows the deficits that we have when it comes to connectivity. Even hosting an event like this seamlessly is a challenge, right? Your final thoughts, Jeremy.
Thank you. And like Wabo said, we have started. And you use the Nigerian example. The first thing is, there is a blueprint of what we want to do. And government of Nigeria, through the Ministry of Digital Economy and Innovation, is taking responsibility for that. And that looks visible enough. The second bit of it, I think, aligns with the framework I shared earlier. There must be a conscious socialization of that vision. And that model can be adopted. Where is each country? What are they plotted? And then that is where those of us here need to take responsibility. Many times, every person is just looking for a piece of the cake. Trust me, if we continue on that path, we're just going to get so small. But when we build bigger, there's a bigger thing everybody can get involved with. So we need to be active stakeholders in being contributors to that framework and holding accountable the custodians of the framework and making ourselves willing collaborators. The framework cannot be executed without our involvement anyway. So we need to find ways to become actively involved. So we can compete, but we can still collaborate in creating that framework and baking the cake. Then our main job can be how do we share it. But trust me, there's enough to go around. On the last note, that brings the issue of collaboration. How we actually network, and I think that's one thing the organizers of this conference need to figure out. Beyond this room, what next? How can each one of us be brought in to be actively involved in taking the conversations forward? And commitment to the actions that will follow after now. And on a larger scale, putting on the continental level, like I said, from where I sit, there must be ownership. I'm talking about domesticating payments in Africa today. We just need to, after now, go to find out the vision of birthing the Pan-African payments and settlement system. Afrexim Bank had to take hold of it, and the African treaty needed to be touched in different places to make it part of the agenda. The African digital infrastructure agenda must also be embedded into the fabric of what makes the continent to work. And behind that, all of us can galvanize and make it work. And that will be my own action plan and commitments from after this. Thank you.
Fantastic. I like it. We're already getting commitments. So for me, a wrap-up statement. I'm just going to try and do the very difficult work of trying to, link all of the things that have been said together. So I heard the talk on research. Let's do more research. To Wabo's point as well, let's make sure that this research provides locally and community-based context, in terms of the type of innovation that we should be driving towards. And I think when we have done that, right, we then need to envision an Africa Digital Infrastructure Fund, like you called it, right? All of these things are bringing us towards a place where we are all supposed to be stakeholders. And which is why, I did like that last question, but I'm not a fan of the question that says who, right? Because when you say who, it sounds as if it's external to you, right? I'm more a fan of saying, what is available and what can I do to contribute towards enabling it or strengthening it by contributing my thoughts, my resources. I'm very aware, maybe by the virtue of the work that I do, that there are a number of business executives, even seated in this room right now, whose sole agenda, really, is to try and talk to different corporates and enable these corporates to come into the innovation ecosystem by way of providing access to opportunities that are problem sets for these industries and for these corporate leaders. I think if we get involved in that type of conversation, I think we should be able to truly build and innovate towards Africa's digital future. But thanks again, all the panelists, and thanks again, all the audience for listening to us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we did not better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a quick photo up. So there has been an update on the program, so I just wanted to share that with you very quickly. Let's get a photo up while we're sorting out the announcements. So I mentioned earlier on that we're moving up one of the panel sessions in addition to the keynote. So we're going to put aside the fireside chat.
So we're not going to have that, so we can make up for the lost time. So the sequence is we're having the keynote by very renowned Dr. Ayotunde Koka, the chairman, Africa Data Centers Association, followed by a panel session that's on regulatory frameworks for fostering digital infrastructure development in Africa. And then finally, the talent gap, which is developing sustainable digital talent for Africa. And of course, we're going to have the vote of thanks by Temitope and the whole team at Hyperscalers Convergence Africa. Once again, a round of applause to them. So can we have the podium back up for the keynote address?
very quickly, in a couple of minutes, I can have that. Oh, you don't? Okay, fantastic. So, and in addition to that, I need to
should I be very honest with you? Ladies and gentlemen, I need to go and queue for fuel. All right, I'm just kidding. But I will be handing over to my co-compare. Her name is Esther Umelo. Please give her a round of applause. I've done all the hard work, so she'll do the remaining hard work. I should have helped you from the staircase. I'm so sorry. I don't have fuel. That's why I have bad behavior. So Esther will be taking over with the other panel sessions. Just wanted to know that I didn't run away, but I'll be right back. And it has been a real honor and privilege sharing the stage with each and every one of you. And this has been quite informative and enlightening. And I'm looking forward to watching the rest online as well. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome on stage for the keynote address today on building the future proactive regulation for Africa's digital infrastructure. He's been on the stage in one of the panel sessions, and he's back here again, the one and only Dr. Ayotunde Koka, Chairman, African Data Centers Association. Please give him a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a short presentation, and is there a clicker? So, Shalida, the moderator for the next session, I produced an amazing sort of framework when we were discussing this, and built off of that. So I see this as sort of also therefore feeding into the next session a lot of what we've currently discussed. So if you can just move on, please. I'll also make this quite quick, considering time. Some of this we've discussed. We talked about the Africa Gap for Prosperity, global regulatory stuff around supervision and so on, a supply framework and perspective around connectivity, data protection, and some underlying drivers across the continent, Africa. Remember, we're talking about Africa. So actually, if we look at this, we've discussed this. The only thing I'll talk about is this gap. We talk about, we actually have around about 4% of global GDP. With this, it's actually creeping up above 17% of global population. That gap, I call it the prosperity gap, okay? We're not producing as a GDP as much as we are in population on the continent. Then of course, we talked about 1% of data centers, not 2.1% of fiber. But, you know, we talk about fiber, right? What we need to do is think about meaningful broadband. That's what matters. If someone gives you speed, you don't think, oh, did this come by fiber? Oh, if it's not fiber, I don't want it. Is it off, mobile data? No. You think about the speed you're getting, the latency you're getting, and the cost it is. So whatever it is, we need to get meaningful fiber and meaningful broadband to the point of use. And I'll come back to so that's sort of another aspect of that discussion we had previously. So we need to also think, we talk about regulation. And people say to me, countries around Africa, so why can't we regulate this data center? I'm thinking, well, actually, there are lots of regulation that happens, and meaningful regulation. I have examples of some regulation that we have here is actually award-winning, drives improvements in the industry, so on. No, we have challenges right now, but the meaningful supportive regulation is also how to work together into getting through those challenges. So I won't talk about that. But supervision also happens in different ways. oversight, understanding what's happening in the industry, and you underpin that by governance. And some things are happening at different levels as we look at the overall global framework. So you've got global stuff, right? Stuff happens globally on digital infrastructure, okay? And digital infrastructure, I mean around what you mean with connectivity, whether it's fiber, whatever it is, GSM, and data centers, internet exchanges, content distribution networks, all of that stuff is underlying infrastructure that makes the world work, right? Then you come to the continent. We're talking about Africa, so I put Africa there, okay? Now, if you look at the global level, you have bodies that, you know, join things together, like the International Telecoms Union, GSMA. Go online and look at the GSMA reports. Look at the ITU reports. Check them out, read it. Excellent points of education in terms of what's happening globally. And you have bodies where people come and really get together and talk about what's going on. How do we make all of this happen? International Telecoms World globally, Data Cloud Global, the sovereign networks, people in Singapore, you know, and this is meaningful. We live in a global ecosystem, and there are many people in this room that travel a significant amount for us to be able to do what we do, actually on behalf of Africa, okay? So you come down to Africa, what I think we've achieved in all of the work we do globally is bringing attention to Africa. So you find things like ITW now talking about coming to Africa. We have an ITW Africa. We have Data Cloud Africa. Some of these things are focused on Africa with AfricaCom. And now, if you look at the other side, we have bodies that pull together to enable communications with the supervising bodies or the regulating bodies, right? Smart Africa, for instance, I think Jeremy talked about one aspect of what do we do across Africa on digital. Smart Africa does a lot with coordinating and pulling together digital infrastructure participants across the continent. The body I chair, Africa Data Center Association, we do the same thing. We all leave our competition at the door, we come in together and work about how do we grow the industry right across Africa. It's a total Pan-Africa view. You have Digital Council Africa that's building out beyond what it does in Southern Africa and very much more looking across Africa. But you see, there are collaborations with these bodies. And then, of course, we're coming to the country, right? In Nigeria, we're actually making good progress in the visibility we have with respect to some of these things that happen within countries in Nigeria and also other countries across Africa, okay? So, if you look at this stuff around digital infrastructure, what do you regulate? What do you supervise? There's the supply side. You have all of the broadband networks, the data centers, the content distribution networks, and so on, the entire fabric. But if you look at the demand side, you've got to have the consumers, the consumption of content, and the access to that content, okay? We know what happens with what's been said about the importance of broadband penetration. 10% gives you 1.5% on average. ITU and World Bank have said that. We've quoted it. It's proven. It's been assessed. However, in an emerging economy, it's actually around about 2 to 2.5%, right? That's the problem with global averages. For Africa, the impact is significant, okay? But it's one thing having also, if you build a data center, build a megawatt of data center costs about $10, $15 million per megawatt, depending on where you are. The impact for each megawatt that you build, direct or induced impact on the economy, could be 50 times. So $50 million for every $1 million you spend. Imagine the economic impact if we bring in digital infrastructure across Africa. So my assertion always is, we cannot close the prosperity gap unless we fix the digital gap.
and is the means to the end of fixing the prosperity gap. I'll leave petrol out of it. Also, when we talk about broadband penetration, it's totally useless if we don't have broadband adoption. So we have to drive broadband adoption with affirmative action on awareness, education, availability of devices, access points, and all of that stuff. Drive some of the usage scenarios that enable us to do that. So why am I talking about this? It's context. It gives context to the discussion about regulation, because regulation has to make sure that we achieve all of these endpoints. It is not regulation for the end of regulation in itself, okay? And if you look at it, Africa is very well served with undersea capacity. The latest ones are Google's Equiano live on the West Coast. Meta has 2Africa coming live, and they're transforming available capacity. I think some of the local cables we have now about 15 terabits per second. To put it into perspective, Google's Equiano is about 120 terabits. Meta's 2Africa is 180 terabits, and it feeds the west and the east coast of Africa. That's a transformation in global connectivity. The key, though, is that we need to build more of the data centers, and we need to build also more of the terrestrial to hook up, and we have to have the right regulatory frameworks to make that happen across Africa to make it successful, because country by country is not optimal, and I'll explain why in a minute, right? Look at Africa. If you go to this NSRC, it's a very interesting site to look at. I've been looking at this thing for years, and I've been delighting about how Africa has been lit up by the yellows. I call this the dark spine of Africa. And that dark spine used to be quite wide, just about 5 years ago. And, people like Larry Collade has been doing a lot of stuff, lighting up that dark spine with C-squared and so on. WIOC has been doing his bit. Liquid Technologies have been doing their bit to light up the spine, but we're not there yet. It's a long way to do that. They used to have a little stripe that could allow you to see how it changes over the years. I'm sure it's still there somewhere, but another website, research I'll suggest you visit, okay? So we have to put in regulation that creates the right context and drivers for the investment that will light up not the spine of Africa and everything else that connects Africa. So, but we're on the way to drive that broadband adoption. We're seeing a rise of, this is average, there's a lot of work, this is GSMA. I'll also suggest track the GSMA reports as they come out. Fantastic information and analysis across the continent or across West Africa or Nigeria, right? We're seeing a rise of 5G, thankfully a very, very steep drop in 2G and 3G. In between 3G and 4G, you actually do get meaningful broadband. Don't fight. Always, Zama Analytics got me aware of that term, meaningful broadband, okay? So we're moving to drive the availability of that aspect of broadband, but also what will give us broadband adoption, okay? So data protection is important. If you look at data protection across Africa, the green ones are actually where the laws are enforced. You have 54 countries actually, it's a typo, and 36 data protection laws existing. From around about 2009 enacted to around about 2019. The Nigeria one actually was NITA 2019, but was signed into law by the president last year, right? The red ones don't have, and we've got draft laws. But do you notice something? We're talking about countries, and we're talking about borders, okay? Something happened 2014, the Malabo Convention, the Africa Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. It's driving the frameworks to enable a single view, okay, across the continent. What does that mean? It enables us to drive efficiently digital infrastructure delivery. So if we have, just like GDPR in Europe, we have a single Africa framework for data protection, it means therefore that we can efficiently deploy infrastructure across the continent. So Lagos is going to be the hub of digital infrastructure, data center, and everything anyway. I say that my expectation in 4 years' time it will match or start to exceed Joburg. A whole range of reasons, okay? And it has its own scale, and Nigeria's scale here. But it makes sense to go to a smaller country where it might be cheaper power, whatever else, but would you put 100 million in a country with 5 million people? No, there's no local consumptive capability. But Africa is so big that by having one, the scale of it means the sheer latency is that investors like us will look at how do we optimize the distribution of infrastructure for the benefit of the lot, where it makes sense to deploy the infrastructure, not where there's this scale and a conflict base. So it's good for all, for us to. So those are some of the things we need to think about when we regulate. You know, people say to me, we'll regulate data centers. I say, why? I've had these conversations, well, you have networks in there, you can't, well, they have somebody that regulates them. The banks have the central banks that regulate them. The insurance companies do, or health companies, and so on. But data centers are already regulated. You have building permits, you have a whole range of land things that you have to abide by. You're inspected regularly with ESG and a whole range of things. So it's actually already regulated. So why would a regulator that regulates one industry feel I've got to regulate a building that's got structured cooling and everything? So when we think about regulation and supervision, it has to be put into the right perspective of what are you regulating and why? Or do you need to just supervise? And when I stand at the ADC, I always say, there's a code of practice that the industry has to abide by and do good and do right and do the right thing. Then you don't feel a need to regulate the bad boy or the bad person, right? Because there's no point. You can be supervised and do good. And let the industries that are regulated be taken into account, because digital infrastructure like that takes into account all industries that require digital infrastructure to optimize and run effectively. So you can go from one fragmented to a general Pan-Africa. I think I'll finish now quickly. Did someone time me? I think it's just over 10 minutes, and that will be good enough for, I've got 7 minutes left, but I don't need to use it. Takeaway, we need to close the infrastructure gap, close that prosperity gap, global context, regulation, Africa context, even at the minimum, at the economic level. Actually, something exists in ECOWAS. Did you know that? There is something we can hang on in ECOWAS, but people still think countrywide. Even the monetary systems, you have UAMOA and so on, but you have certain integrations. If you go to SADC, there's something, the most actively operated economic region around data protection is the East Africa one, right? So that can be adopted as a regional point, but the overall view in terms of how do we think about regulation starts to become relevant when we think broadly also about Africa. So I make a point, AFCFTA, absolutely essential as part of closing that prosperity gap. In itself needs the digital base to operate, and perhaps need the digital base to operate. But it cannot operate if your data that you need to hold in Nigeria cannot be held in Kenya. The payments people know this. I think Jeremy hinted on it earlier on, the practicalities. So we have to enable those things by making sure we have the right regulatory frameworks, and Shade will lead us through those points that we'll discuss around what we do with right regulation and so on. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Coker. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So we've had several panel sessions today, and we'll swiftly go over to the next panel session that we'll be having. And it's basically on a regulatory framework for fostering digital infrastructure development in Africa. I'm going to take that again. Regulatory framework for fostering digital infrastructure development in Africa. I'll start by calling on the moderator of this panel session, Sade Dada. She is a public policy manager, Anglophone West Africa Meta Platform. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause as she comes to the stage. Thank you very much. I also have on the list Dr. Ayotunde Koka, who is seated right here. Thank you very much. Our next panelist is Tony Izuba. He's the president, Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria. I'm sorry if I murdered your name. Izuaba. Izuabe. All right, please, a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next panelist today is Chukwuemeka Fred. He's the Chief Executive Officer, Anambra State ICT Agency. Please, a round of applause as he comes on stage. Thank you very much. Finally, we also have on the list the Honorable Commissioner of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Lagos State. I'm talking about no other person but Olatubosun Alake. Please, a round of applause as we have the Honorable Commissioner for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And finally on the list is Douglas Njenga, who is the Director, Regulatory Affairs and Special Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause as he comes up on stage. A round of applause. So for the next 30 minutes, we'll be having an insightful conversation, and it's basically on a regulatory framework for fostering digital infrastructure development in Africa. I'm going to hand over to Sade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a great morning and afternoon. As you can understand throughout the program, regulation has been a theme that's come up in every single panel. We'll dive a little bit more into it through this panel. Dr. Koka did a really great job of going through where things are right now in Africa, some of the frameworks that exist, and what the issue is that regulation should be able to help resolve. I'll just give a very brief opportunity for the panelists to introduce themselves so that you understand where they're coming from with their contributions to the session today. So I'll just start with Douglas, who's online. Douglas, are you there? Okay, while we wait for the media team to help us, I'll move on to allow, we'll have President of ATCON, Mr. Tony, to please introduce himself and let us know a little bit about why this subject is dear to him.
I think you dodged my surname.
I actually intentionally am doing first name. I may have to make an exception for Honorable Commissioner.
My name is I'm a very African person. My name's Tony Izuagbe and Makwere. I'm the president of ASCON, that's the Association of Telecom Companies of Nigeria. And as the name suggests, almost everybody who's been discussing here are our members. And one of our primary assignments as an association is advocacy. And we do a lot of advocacy on behalf of our members here seated and represented in the audience regarding some of these issues they have with exactly the topic we are discussing right now, regulatory framework, regulation, and things like that. So it's an honor and a privilege to be on this committee to discuss these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call upon Honorable Commissioner Tubosun Alake.
Thank you very much. You can call me Tubosun or Bosun for short. Thanks for having me. I'm the Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology. And basically my portfolio entails driving out digital infrastructure for government, and also most especially driving innovation statewide. And innovation, as you all know, has a pipeline all the way from ideation, research and development to commercialization. And so while my day-to-day, I serve the government in a lot of its digital implementations statewide. We also try to raise the level of innovation in Lagos State, double the amount of innovation outputs from all the various stakeholders. Thank you.
Sorry, Shade.
Just a quick information, we'll have Director of Regulatory Affairs and Special Projects, Douglas Ajala, who will be joining us virtually. Shade, just to let you know. He's joining us virtually and it's up on the link right now. Yes, we saw him earlier and I called on him. Is he back on? Okay. Douglas, can you hear us? Okay. Mr. Douglas, can you please introduce yourself? Thank you very much, Mr. Douglas. I'll next go to Mr. Chukwuemeka Fred Abata, also affectionately called CFA.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Just keep it as CFA. Great to be here. My role at the moment is having served the ecosystem for a couple of years. I'm currently now working as the CEO of the Anambra State ICT Agency. Anambra State chose a unique position, which is to collapse the Ministry of Science and Technology and chose to make it an agency backed by law. And so it's an agency which pretty much makes it smaller, nimble, and just more targeted. And so our role includes deepening e-governance for the state, the government, and the people, as well as deepening, building infrastructure, deepening technology in general, and also helping to build the public servants. Because at the end of the day, when you build out all this infrastructure, if the civil servants and the public servants are not aligned, that's where you have the sustainability gap. So yeah, happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, to introduce himself yet again in the context of this discussion, I'll turn it to Dr. Ayotunde Koka.
Yeah, thanks. What I'd add to the previous a couple of introductions as CEO of Open Access Data Centers, I'm responsible for the business across Africa. And our flagship here in Lagos, we have 4 key data centers in South Africa, Durban, where 2 Africa lands, Joburg, 2 in Cape Town, 1 where Equiano lands as well. The one in Lagos here is where the Equiano cable lands into Lagos over here. But significantly, OADC is owned by a company called WIOC. So Douglas is my colleague at WIOC Group. I'm part of the WIOC leadership executive team at group level. WIOC is a connectivity company across Africa. It's expanded into data centers. So the group company has open access, wholesale, hyperscale connectivity, and open access carrier neutral data centers and building out right across Africa.
Thank you very much. I think it's helpful to know where our panelists sit and why this conversation is relevant for them. We stand to learn quite a bit. So I'd like to jump right in and turn to Douglas online for the first question, which is, if you could just take a few minutes to describe the current regulatory landscape over connectivity and infrastructure in Africa. What do you see as some of the countries that are doing very well, and what are the reasons for that? Walk us through.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I'll start with just a short context. 98% of the internet as we know it today goes through submarine cables. And we have a joke in the industry that the cloud is actually deep underwater. And that gives a perspective of what exactly we're looking to regulate and/or protect in today's age. Dr. Akinda has provided a very good context on the continent in terms of where we are as a continent. Out of 54 countries, we're looking at 16 countries being unlocked. So that's 98% of connectivity we rely on countries with submarine cables. And therefore, there's a big difference in terms of the adoption of regulatory frameworks. The pioneers and the good corridors to countries like Nigeria, Kenya, and in the same vein, I think some of the leadership on the continent has come from Nigeria. One of the minister issued a flagship policy in Nigeria, for instance, that considers subsea cables and telecom infrastructure as critical infrastructure. So the countries that are really leading in the forefront are actually including South Africa. But then there are still countries that, from a regulatory point of view, are still way behind. If you look at countries like Mali and Chad and Central African Republic, those are countries that still are very far off in terms of even understanding what types of regulations to put in place, where to start and where to go. And in terms of the five sort of key focus areas, in the interest of time, when we look at regulation, we look at matters around data protection and privacy, licensing and permitting, sector management, tax and investment incentives for the telecom industry, and terrestrial subsea cable laws. So if we actually focus on those five key areas, there's still a lot that the continent needs to do. I'm optimistic that in this panel we've got enough opinion leaders to discuss it. But there's still a lot more that we can look at in terms of where we are and where we could be. I had the pleasure of speaking at the ICCC this year, and the big agenda in a country like Singapore was congestion of submarine. And one of the highlights of the minister in Singapore was that if a submarine cable is landing in Singapore, she only needs 1 week to get all the permits. Right? In Africa, if you need to do a significantly similar project, you need to start a permitting process a minimum of 2 to 3 years in advance. What can you learn from that? Are there things you can still do to improve those types of key areas in terms of regulation and how we provide support to Africa's digital backbone? So I'll stop there and we can talk more about as we go.
Thank you so much. I think it's critical that you mentioned sometimes the lead time that you need for projects as a result of the regulatory landscape. Dr. Coker, you're very familiar with what goes into making investment decisions. Can you give us some insights into what kind of regulatory intervention would be necessary to increase investment in digital infrastructure?
Yeah, one, collectively as Africa, we have to work on our optics. And it's a collective thing. So I think players in the digital infrastructure world, we've been doing all we can, show up and tell Africa's story, talk about the potential of Africa, talk about the demographics of Africa, talk about improving governance, improving ease of doing business, show the trajectory is going in the right way, and all of that stuff. And you then start to see investors picking up on those things. And what's happened over the last 5 years is significantly different to what is happening now. Africa has become a lot more attractive as an investment destination. Talk to the DFIs, and they see that as sort of Africa, right? But it's one thing telling the story about Africa. It's a bit like even telling the story of Nigeria and think you can Maiduguri and Borno State and same as Lagos State. There's as much as everything is so similar, is as much as everything is different. And I find the charm of Africa always consistent everywhere you go to, but you need to know the idiosyncrasies of where you are. And therefore, we also need investors to understand that there are 54 countries in Africa, but there's a benefit of the whole, right? With that, and I think we saw earlier on that the IFC was talking about the returns to be had, but you've got to play the long game. And we've got to tell the right stories to investors that are coming to Africa as a whole. So as regulators also across the continent need to recognize that they've got to play a role in attracting investment into the industries they regulate. So the style of regulation, the body language that's given out there, the sort of regulatory frameworks that are put in place, and so on, have to be such that investors see it as investor friendly. It has to be consistent over time, and and it also has to have the confidence to do the right thing and do things right, and not be browbeaten just for the sake of it. And you see, when you do the right things, do things right, it's very difficult to get browbeaten, especially when we have the right caliber of people driving the regulatory agenda, And in my view, that's what we need to do. It's difficult to say we have a Pan-Africa regulator because there's so many things that are different in different ways. What I saw as a possible Pan-Africa framework was what's been emerging around data protection, because that kind of underpins so many things, right? Nevertheless, we need to have bodies like Smart Africa really, and they've been doing a lot. Nigeria is now part of Smart Africa. That was one of the things I saw as an exception. Very much as I do as ADCA to be African, sometimes I stick inside Nigeria and say, hang on, right, what's going on here, okay? And so it's great to see Nigeria as part of that Smart Africa, because they drive the awareness and the cohesion of so many things that we do that's right for Africa. And it's the kind of thing that investors will see as some sort of body that has so many countries. I can't remember how many countries now, but they've done a good job in getting at presidential level across all of the countries, participation and representation across Africa. They can actually give the right view, and the CEO does a great job of showing up Africa, in my view, when I interact with him internationally, to create the right optics and engage with investors. That it's not necessarily easy. Good things are not always easy. You need to play the long game. You may have short-term headwinds, just as you need to figure out how to understand South America, as you need to understand Asia, as you need to understand the investment climate that's different between Germany and Italy and the UK. It's just in exactly the same way you need to think about putting the effort in to understand the investment environment you're looking at Africa, and think about it as 54 countries. But it helps when we've had the bodies like Smart Africa, they've done the work ahead to create the right optics to encourage investors to actually put a lot more in. But you do have investors that have presence across different countries in Africa, Francophone, Anglophone, you understand all of that stuff, international ones, and they figure out the ways to make their investment work effectively. And also companies, countries, and regulatory sort of regions on the continent have to recognize the fact that if you're going to have international investors, there are some international aspects of etiquette and style that you need to abide by, while not forgetting that we're African.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you so much. I think one key point from your remarks is that consistency, that encourages investment, and having that consistency across multiple countries helps these in companies that are investing make long-term decisions. So, Mr. Izuabe, you have the unique position of seeing some of the different ecosystem players in digital infrastructure and how they plug into investing and in improving connectivity. What are some of the best practices, regulatory best practices that you see would be necessary? Maybe some that you've already seen that have gone well, and some that you would like to see.
Well, thank you. From the regulatory policy standpoint, I think we've always been saying it that most of the time it's not regulation that is the issue, but there's the practicalization of the regulation that has always been the problem. Some best practices, especially when we're looking at hyperscalers, who are, what are their main infrastructure? We're talking about the asset itself, the data center itself, power, which came up so much during this conference. We're talking about fiber optic network, both terrestrial and subsea. So what practices will encourage that? Things, for example, like harmonizing regulations across, regions, for example, whereby I know even the regulatory bodies in West Africa, they have a body, okay? They should be able to harmonize some of the regulations across, because don't forget, one of the key things for hyperscalers is providing capacity almost in each and every country. And it will be a big tall order if you're having to renegotiate different kinds of regulations across the region. When, for example, a subsea cable is going from the top of West Africa down to the bottom of West Africa, and you're all related. So that would be a good way to start. Some of the other policies that should be there, they're already there. For example, infrastructure sharing, it's almost universal. It's not being debated now. The elephant in the room, as usual, right-of-way issues. By and large, it's being simplified. It's supposed to be simplified to a point where an investor can, on the back of an investment portfolio, understand the fees that's supposed to play. And I think that is there. I think some of the other things that need to be put in place are things like incentives. Okay, we're looking at now the bulk of the data centers are actually at where the submarine cables land. So there must be an incentive for any data center provider or hyperscaler to move his investment upland, for example. What incentives? There should be incentives for that. Things like PPP was mentioned several times in this conference. Sort of policies that should be put in place. For example, I've had this discussion severally. I know it's a big of a challenge, but there's no reason why all government data, for example, must be domiciled locally, just as a policy. Just as a policy to encourage the industry. So those are policies that can be put in place. And then we discussed so much about power issues. If I'm going to invest in green energy, for example, what is the incentive? So those kind of policies would drive, and I think those are the areas we need to look at. The thing is that from engagement we've had as an association with government, one of the things I've seen as a big gap, and I encourage all of us as industry players, is that we are, sadly, armchair managers. we sit down in the office and we don't engage government. And we expect these things to happen by magic. No, we have to engage. We have to sit down with the regulators. They have to understand our problems. Because if the industry doesn't thrive, okay, there are certain KPIs they also have that they can't meet. So the issue is engagement. I think that's the issue, because some of these things we are mentioning here, okay, we have to be able to table it before them, before they understand that these are the things that would drive that kind of investment. And I think as an association, we've been trying to do that on behalf of our members. And I think the more support we get and the more events like this we have, whereby we engage, and the good thing, I'm happy to be on the panel here with two state commissioners, so the engagement is already in full swing, so to speak. And I think the more we engage, the understanding will be there that these are the kind of best practices that are obtainable everywhere. For example, in East Africa, they had a roaming agreement, okay, that was pushed, whereby all traffic within there are no roaming charges, okay, and that was done by the East African bodies. Okay, they came together and said, okay, fine, if you are roaming across East Africa, we eliminate roaming charges for you. And that stimulates, there's no investor that will see that kind of thing. And then we're always asking, how come a lot of things go to East Africa, Kenya, and things like that? These are the kind of policies and frameworks, best practices that they need to be put in place to stimulate the industry.
Thank you so much. That engagement is key. And speaking of roaming agreements, just as we were sitting here today, I saw the news that Sierra Leone and Guinea were signing an MOU, and it included things like cybersecurity and roaming and a fiber optic cable between them. So that collaboration is very important. So I'd like to go over to Mr. CFA to talk about public-private partnerships and what you've seen in Anambra that can be useful to the different states that are represented here and also different countries when it comes to working with the private sector and government together.
Well, thank you very much. So, I mean, in my own case, I was in the industry. And so when this role came on board, it was easy for me to connect with senior colleagues and friends. And part of what we sought to do was, how do we leverage some of this relationship to go into very formidable partnerships? Because at the end of the day, government is overburdened. Well, government doesn't have all the money to solve all the problems. The money, like Doc said, is in the private capital, right? The private sector, it's got the money. So one of the things that we did in the States was we followed states like Lagos or Kaduna as a den that were the forerunners in making right of way completely free of charge. Because we found out that, okay, being in the industry, I knew that was a major challenge. There was this right of way issue where states charge the infracos or the telcos or whoever that is providing the infrastructure. And so we sort of, made an appeal to the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, to waive the right of way following some of the states. And the whole idea was to encourage partnership. And so we started working with the likes of IHS, who wanted to basically connect their towers. I mean, they've been in the state trying to make that happen, and that couldn't happen. So we waived the right of way for IHS to make that happen. But part of the condition we asked for example, we said we wanted to connect all our government facilities, right? So right now, for the first time, the civil servants, prior to that, we had provided some sort of hardware, laptops and hardware facility for the civil servants. And so for the first time now, you have a civil service where people now have access to the internet, right? That's the PPP, for example. We've also seen, basically with that, we gave two providers that opportunity. We've also then seen now, for the first time, some of the things that we enjoy here in Lagos. For the first time, we've seen in the capital city. So Anambra State is sort of unique because it's a 3-city state. And these 3 cities are big in their own rights. Not too many states have that. So you have Oka, which is the state capital. You have Onitsha, which is the commercial nerve center. Then you have Nnewi, which is the manufacturing hub. All of these places are huge in their own right? So, but my point is that right now, you've now started seeing direct-to-home fiber connectivity to homes at the moment, right? And so, for me, and even just one of the reasons why I came to this conference was, looking at how do we even create collaboration and partnerships. I mean, personally, for example, I think the hyperscalers, the states cannot afford the hyperscalers, like the ones we call the hyperscalers. I don't think the states can afford it. And I've said this to my friend, Tubosu, I say it anywhere, like, you can't even, I mean, I can't even take it to my governor. He will just calculate the number of kilometers of roads and he will say, CFA, just wait, we'll do it later. So what I did when I also got to the States was to look for a local service cloud provider that I've been working with for about 2.5 years. And it's been seamless, right? Yes, there have been challenges. You may say they're not as good as well, not good. They may not be as, I don't know the word to use, but the point is that for the state, where the state is, I mean, the state is not a bank. The state is a state. For where the state is and for its infrastructure, that local company has done a bit of a good job, right? So what I like to preach, how do we protect and support as much as possible our local industry? It's very critical because at the end of the day, I mean, the perfect example, I have a few of the Starlink dishes, but when I sit where I sit and I see a Starlink that probably has, I don't know how many, President, do they have up to 10 employees or maybe 20 employees? I don't know how many employees they have. And I see a TZT that has 300. I mean, if I have my way, I'll protect the TZT more, but I'm a sub-national. There's a limit that I can do. But my point is, I try and I make it the point of duty, as long as my governor supports me, that any local operator that comes to my state, Anambra State, we will try as much as possible to give them the support that they need, because I know that's how we can retain jobs here. It's not rocket science. If you export jobs, you lose jobs. So you got to find the balance. And so that's why I would say that for me, I really prioritize local public-private partnership. I will use that phrase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and it's helpful to see that the examples from Anambra, concrete examples. Thank you for walking us through that. For our last question, last but not least, Honorable told us to call him Tubosun. In your experience, how have you been able to balance the needs of the state in securing the public, thinking about what is necessary to protect the public, protect investment, but also promote innovation, promote connectivity, investment in the state? How do you see that balance? What are the things that you have to implement to strike the right balance?
Well, I think first and foremost is massive consultation with the stakeholders to identify some of the risks that are involved, whether it's in deployment or physical infrastructure or digital infrastructure. If you look at CBN, for instance, right? CBN's main role is to protect the financial system. And so something that they do not understand, it's always defensive first, right? The only way you can overcome that for them is, number one, massive consultation and engagement with them. Number two, I think, is test beds, sandboxes, right? Because if you are able to help them see in a limited environment what the results, right, of any implementation could be, then they are able to say, okay, fine, we see these results in a limited fashion, then that can help us draft some kind of initial policy paper, right? And I also think there needs to be a lot of advocacy. I love what Mr. Ayotunde Coker said about, private sector participants developing their own code of conduct it saves the government a lot of wahala because, you know, if they have a policy paper that police themselves, it saves me a lot of money. I don't need to really start browbeating anybody because, you know, you have that code of conduct, they police themselves, they sanction themselves. That's all well and good. And I think one other thing that I needed to add an addendum to is the consultation part. I think a lot of the industry also needs to interact with state legislatures, right? I think that's a huge missing opportunity. The big regulator is in Abuja, yes, but if we understand the kind of federating entity that Nigeria is, each state actually is a country on its own that has its own unique goals and aspirations, its own unique environment, right? There are some policies that might work in Nasarawa that might not work for Lagos. So it's not always necessarily a one-size-fits-all. How do you understand the nuances, right? It's by engaging these state legislatures so that they too understand what's at stake, and so they can also make common sense policies. I think that's it.
Thank you. I think it's important that you talked about engagement, which we had heard earlier in the conversation, but not just with the typical stakeholders. So it was a really good point to talk about the state legislature, which I think has been missing from a lot of this discussion and the impact or the role that they play on the state and local level.
So, sorry, yes. Can I just add something? You know, one other thing that I think I wanted to add is government reform, right? It's really, really major. The MD and I were talking, and we were talking about, and even Mr. Izuapa here. Or, Tony. Yes. Mr. Tony. Ease of doing business is a huge thing. Ease of doing business is a huge thing in Nigeria. In fact, it's the difference between whether a business decides that they are going to invest or not. However, the ease of doing business, who ultimately implements it, right? The responsible custodian for implementing the ease of doing business rules ultimately are the state legislatures, right? Because you can imagine, you know the example like in the US where Congress calls maybe cabinet members to come and give account as to the level of implementation of this particular rule, right? And so the state legislatures are very, very important. Civil servants are also very important. There needs to be a level of reform if ease of doing business is going to go up. And I'm going to give a typical example. If, for instance, a director in the civil service, right, needs to sign off an infrastructure investment, maybe it's about $100 million, and this same director in the civil service only makes 150,000 naira a month, you are going to have problems. Yeah. You are going to have issues because he's the one you need to get to. And he's signing these large checks, but yet he himself, you know, he cannot feed his family adequately. And so we talk about ease of doing business. We don't see the undercurrent that really causes a lot of those things. And how do you drive government reform, right? Making sure that qualified people are in the right places. You pay them according to what they are worth. And then when you pay them according to what they are worth, you can demand the best. You definitely cannot demand the best from somebody making 150,000 naira a month. You cannot. He's not a saint. Neither are we.
This is a very fair point.
That's the fact. And so, why am I saying engage state legislatures? Because they can drive the civil service reforms, right? And even the House of Rep as well, they also need, because that's even where some of these salaries, some of these laws, some of these policies are decided. And so I think Nigerians need to take an active part, active citizenry in driving their representatives to implement some of these common sense policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that activism. I see you're itching, but they have been giving us more time and more time and more time. So we have to wrap up. I'm sorry. So we don't have time for questions, correct? Okay. And so rather than spend the 5 minutes we were supposed to spend to wrap up, I won't do that. What I will do is take the liberty to say that all of us on this panel are accessible. We've been here, some of us, all day. If you have any questions, follow-ups, please feel free to come and talk to us, meet with us, reach out to us online, and we'll be happy to answer questions that you may have. I want to use this opportunity to thank our panelists. Thank you, Doug. We still see you online.
Thank you so much.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our amazing panelists and, of course, our wonderful moderator. Can we have a photo session just quickly? Photo session. Thank you very much. So we've had quite insightful conversation, but you know, the interesting thing is each time we're having conversations like this, it's as though the time flies so fast. Now, for me, the key takeaway from this conversation is that we have to constantly tell the right story, and I think that is very profound. And so if you forget anything, I hope you don't. Always remember to tell the right story. To the investors that are coming in, we have to constantly, tell the right story. I cannot emphasize that enough. Once again, a round of applause for our panelists, a round of applause. We're going to have the final panel session now. And the topic we'll be discussing is on the talent gap, developing sustainable digital talent for Africa. The talent gap, developing sustainable digital talent for Africa. And I would call on the moderator, Oluwaseun Malemi, who is the Chief Innovation Officer, Oranos Lab. Please, a round of applause as he comes up on stage. A round of applause. Oluwaseun, a round of applause as he comes up on stage. Thank you very much. I would also love to call on Olawale Owoye, the Chief Executive Officer, Cedar View Communications. Please, a round of applause as they step up on stage. Thank you very much. Another member of the panelists is Adewale Adeyemi, who is the Executive Business Director, Nigeria and Africa. Please, a round of applause as they come on stage. We also have Olushola Tenyola, who is the Director, Strategic Business Initiative. A round of applause as they come up on stage. Thank you very much. And finally, to complete this panel session today, we have the head startup, Lagos Innovative, Lagos State's Employment Trust Fund. I'm talking about no other person but Hakeem Adesayan. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause as it comes up on stage. And just to reiterate that the conversation that we'll be having today is the talent gap, developing sustainable digital talents for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, or closer to good evening. Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Segun Malegeni, for those of us who are still here. We've had a long day, and we've touched on many things. I think it would have been unfair if we did not touch on that soft part which is really affecting a couple of us in this space. For those who don't know, I think I have been in this sector for almost all my life. close to 2 decades. I was telling everybody that I seem to know everybody on this panel, excluding Akim, for almost 15 years, right? And we've done very good work. Some of the work I have done in my past life was to, in moving from 2G to 3G, I think I was personally responsible for most of the backbone expansions across West Africa. Nigeria, Niger, Togo, Benin, Ghana, and it's great work. And we've seen massive growth in technology. And we've also seen an increase in the number of people who are typically playing in the technology space. More people want to get into tech. But if you look at the numbers, look deeply at the numbers, something I personally have observed is there's an increase in the soft side. I was telling somebody that if this was a tech event, this hall will be full and we'll be sitting on each other's heads. But what we've seen is, like, what I have observed is a reduction in the infrastructure space, reduction in those who are interested in talent, a reduction in those who are interested as per talent in this space. And if it's something that I feel we should talk about, because it's important. Many of the names are old names. Everybody on this panel, you look at even Carl started a long time ago. We talk about Linda, on and on, many old names, right? How do we get people, how do we get young people to come into this space and, take over some of the great work that has been done by many of the pioneer leaders in the industry? For time, I'm just going to go straight into questions, and I'll allow my panelists, members of my panel to introduce themselves and answer some of the questions that we have today. And I'll start with Mr. Taney. Sir. Mr. Teniola, yes, I'll start with you. You've been in the space for quite a bit. How do you see the sector over the past decade, right? And also into the next decade, what do you think are the real business and technical opportunities in general? I think we should start with that because you've been in the sector for so long. How do you see the space? What do you think is the future of this space?
Oh, thank you. And my name is Olushola Teniola. I work for IPNX, and as you said, I've been in industry for quite some time. What I've seen is that there's been an evolution in technology and an evolution in the type of skill sets that were important. Maybe at the beginning it's very, in my opinion, concentrated on technical skills predominantly. A lot of the work that I was involved in involved research and development. And as you can see, it attracts that sort of drive that is around innovation, around moving the technology much further forward than we had in the past. I think now I would argue that there's a lot more software influence. Then, I think when I started back in 1989, 1990, there was still a lot of predominance of hardware. So the skill sets that you required were hardware, a bit of firmware, and software was just starting to be adopted in the industry. But I think that's totally changed now. I think now there's a lot more predominance and reliance on software skills. And I think that a lot of the digital talent out there is attracted by those areas that are deemed funky, if you don't mind me saying, or sexy. I'm not saying our industry is boring, but I think that a lot of the issues that surrounds our industry is to do with trying to get the balance in between understanding systems, very large systems, complicated systems, hardware and software. So if you have that combination of skill sets, you tend to be attracted to our industry. And then obviously, a lot of the software startups are a lot more when they're based around software development because the tools are more readily available. So digital tools around software development in terms of small-scale and large-scale app developments are readily available. Unfortunately, in our industry, it's on the job, fairly on the job. Curricula isn't taught. I don't think right now in the university that they have a subject called digital infrastructure. I don't think that topic exists. It's still based on traditional subjects. And then I think that if you have the opportunity to enter into a company, you might start in one segment of that organization, and it takes a certain type of individual to get cross-sectional, cross-functional skill sets to actually understand the whole dynamics around digital infrastructure. You know, there's towers, there's data centers, and there's obviously optic fiber. In terms of data centers, that seems to be a new phenomenon. When I started out, they were called captive offices, where you just put in your servers and they just cool down. But now there's a commercial business being made out of those infrastructures. So I think that with time, I think that the digital talent will see some level of approach that can be done at the university level, at government level, and also with industry, because that web of interconnection needs to be put in place so that the new talent that's there have the skill sets that have been taught at the education level, and they find some level of attractiveness in the digital infrastructure space as we know it right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You seem to be very, very optimistic, and that's a good place to come from. That's a good place. Thank you very much. But the question is, and I'm going to take us back, and maybe Adewale, you can help me with this. Why is there this gap, though? Why is there this noticeable gap in younger individuals' participations in the digital infrastructure sector?
Okay. Like I said, I'm Wale Adeyemi. I work with Techknowledge, the company you know as Tech Expert, Elevate, and SciTech. I'm optimistic like him. I think things are going to get better. You asked why do I think there is a gap, knowledge gap, right? And I will think that those things are multifaceted. I mean, you could look at how we get schooled, the curriculum in our schools. For example, I don't want to use the word archaic, but they need changing. But it's been like that for a while anyway. And technology has moved really, really fast. We've moved from infrastructure to virtualizing the infrastructure that we have. And now like you said, we are more into the software space. And I think that change was very quick. Our educational system did not try to meet up. And then again, coaching within the organizations has kind of reduced. I think in the middle of my career somewhere, you started hearing the leaders saying that if you train, people will still go. So why do you want to spend money training? But again, you had a few of us saying, but if you don't train, you won't grow. So, I mean, that gap existed. And if you ask me how I think we should do this, is to continue investing in people. Because if you don't invest, there's no way you can provide solutions that will scale. So you need to invest in training, you need to invest in specialized, training that is focused on the individuals. You need to look at the growth, you need to look at the system, you need to look at the environment, you need to look at how things are changing, how technology is changing, and then train in that way so that people will understand. So, for example, when I came in, some of us wanted to know so many things at the same time. And it's the same thing with the younger generation. So when they come in, they want to know things even faster. So we need to create that kind of environment where they can learn very quickly, get hold of this technology, and then be able to use it to the advantage of the organizations and for themselves, so that we can achieve our aims at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Adewale. I think I saw you nodding your head. You have a similar or different approach, Olawale. Should I throw the question to you? Again, around why the noticeable gap, as in how are you dealing with it? You've been your own entrepreneur for quite a bit. Why do you think it's harder to attract people in your space? And maybe you could also give us hints on how you are keeping people within your space.
Okay, thank you very much, Shegun. My name is Wale Warrior, CEO, Cedarview Communications. Shout out to a few of my colleagues that are here. Another big shout out to those that are still sitting here listening to this interesting discourse. Thanks, Shegun, for that. I think Adewale has nailed it. But if I want to backtrack a bit, whenever you find a gap, and permit me to make some very simple examples. If two cars are on the road and they're driving at the same speed, they should not have, that gap will not increase. All right, but if one moves faster or the other goes slower, there'll be a gap. So the gap is coming because, yes, there's been some form of rapid expansion in certain aspects of digital infrastructure, and you can see that coming out. Now we have people like Mr. Coker and the likes that are fully data centers. In older times, it was switching centers. So it was a switch site, and then I used to work with the networks, MTN, Airtel, and the like. So we were building switch sites majorly for ourselves. But now people will build a big space, put out rack space for other people to come there. Now we see that there has to be a gap for engineers that are trained to ensure that the data centers run very well. One earlier speaker on the panel today was Wole Adebisi, a friend that we've come from way back. I remember him running some of the data centers of a bank, not so far away, transitioned into one of the MNOs, and today he works with Raxio or one of the other data center providers. So that is it. And like Mr. Teniola said, the youth would always go for what is fancy and what pays more. All right, though in hindsight, and it has always been that, the guys that do the most dirty work are hardly the ones that are most appreciated, right? But the truth of the matter is, like we usually joke around, for network engineers, nobody knows your relevance until you pull out a plug and the CEO, finance, and everybody is running a helter-skelter. So just give me some 5 minutes, let me figure it out. You put it back in just to justify your pay, as we say. But we don't do that often, don't get me wrong. Problems do happen and we are paid to solve them. So how do I retain talent? One of the best things I've seen that delights me the most, and I have quite a number of young guys here, is that I've seen young people, and I will tell the story over and over. If you permit me for some time, there was one of those trips I made at some point to the US, and I was in SF. I had to go to San Francisco to see things. I couldn't get a hotel, right? And I shared a hostel room. I shared it with a young Chinese guy. And I was trying to get my mind around machine learning, Coursera. And the guy told me that he had done that college years. And this was me with 5-6 years experience trying to get around machine learning. He said they had done that. And he came to SF to do some form of holiday work. There and then I said, God, my people back home, will this gap continue to be? Never. No, if my generation can't deal with this, the guys behind me should not fall into this same trap. Meet setting costs. Today I'm happy to see some of them far bigger and better than I am. Launch some very beautiful startups in and outside the country doing extremely well. So what do I tend to do? If my life is able, like I say, great doors swing on very small hinges. I've seen a guy armed with a computer, and that made the difference in his life. His parents, teachers, when he went to a school like my school, like Ife, gave him a computer and got guys around him. And like it was Mr. Larry Collade, allow them, they will solve the problems of their generation. And what do? I try to expose them. Will they go? Fine. Will more come? Yes. I'll keep on training them. I'll keep on allowing them to fly. I'll keep on exposing them. And eventually, we pray also that our company is able to grow so much more that we're able to keep them. But for the bits that they are here, I'll give all that I can. And my success is that tomorrow I can reference and say, that guy passed through me, I made a small impact. And much more than that, we're going ahead into schools, trying to push internet there, trying to empower, encourage, and equip them to solve the problems that they are able to solve in their generation. And that will be success enough for me.
Thank you very much. I mean, thank you very, very much. I think you reflect some of the things we've seen in our journey as well regarding young people and getting into technology. Ife, by the way, great Ife. We have so many success stories. I remember those days we would sit at White House connect, you have 50 people lining up back to back to use one single computer connected to the internet. And I mean, we have so many success stories from those experiences today in the marketplace. So kudos to the universities. And this is, I think, the perfect time to come to you, Dr. Hakim. Wale has mentioned the effect of our learning institutions and what kind of knowledge we pass on to these young people. I think we begin to ask ourselves, from a government perspective, and you represent government here, unfortunately. You might not be the honorable commissioner, but you represent government, so you're going to be on that hot seat. What is government doing around, and government can say they are ensuring that knowledge is being passed across. They are setting up learning programs. But if the learning programs are skewed towards one sector, a decade from now, we will have a massive deficit in the other sector. We would not be able to maintain some of our infrastructures as we should. And forgive me, the question is extended. I give other nations, right? Today, most of the manufacturing is done in China, not in the US, because a certain sector cuts their attention and they let one go. What is government maybe not doing? What do you think they should do to ensure that there's a balance and there's no deficit as we currently envisage today?
Okay, thank you very much. I think beyond representing government is also representing the younger generation. So in case I give rebuttals to some of the things you said, apologies in advance. But I like the analogy of the two cars driving at the same speed. All things being equal, you expect them to get to the same destination at the same time. But what we've had is that disjoint between the academia and the industry. And just like a friend will say, the problem didn't age well. It gets getting complicated year on year. And where did the problem start from? First, the government will have to take the bullet, whether we like it or not, because the academia cannot meet the pace of industry without the right set of investment in our tertiary education. The private sector is investing in itself rapidly. And I say an example of that is the fact that for every bank in Nigeria that has a banking school for entry level, it is a big blow on faculty of banking or management in every university in Nigeria. Why do you have to take someone who studied banking and finance for 4 years, NYSC, bring him into a bank what he's supposed to know, and the bank is saying, I don't trust that you know anything. I'm going to take you through 6 months of training. The question is, what did he do in the school for 4 years? And the question, and that is happening across a lot of sectors. And that is because understanding that the pace of acceleration is different, but understanding the enormity of investment that has to go into it. The part of the education system that is actually trying their best to do it are the private universities. And we can see that employers of labor are now beginning to ask for private university graduates in certain sectors because I am sure that they taught you well. Now, this is not to say that the quality of our teachers in universities is low, but the question is, no matter how good you are in teaching how to use Motorola, whoever you graduate cannot touch an iPhone, even if you're the best Motorola teacher ever. So I think that lack of investment in the tertiary education system is something that has complicated that gap. And now, how has the system responded to it? The industry is now saying, we will still bring you in, but we will train you for some time. And because we will train you, we will not pay you well. Because I'm investing in you. Why should I pay you millions of naira if I'm still going to spend the next amount of money training you? And the system would then say, why are you paying me lesser? I will go and look for a job elsewhere. Then it becomes there is no loyalty to the company. Because, well, whatever you pay me, I have to be able to buy fuel in my car if I even have one. So the system is saying, I will train you. But who is taking, what is the industry having as tax incentive for investing in that training? If companies understand that for every X amount of graduates that I train in my company, I can take it back to government and say, well, see, I trained 10 of your guys for this, kindly give me X percentage of rebate. Then companies to do it. The books have to balance whether I would like it or not. But there is no incentive. An example of that incentive would be thanks to the incentive for private organizations to, to repair roads in Nigeria. If not for that, we wouldn't have known that concrete roads can be better than asphalt, if not for Dangote trying it. And Dangote did not do it because he loved Nigeria. He does it because he's going to get a tax rebate at the end of the year from government. So the system has to make sense whichever way we do it. Now, what's the government trying to do? The problem is chronic. You can't, okay, so I'll give an example because I'm a trained doctor. You clearly can't treat diabetes by saying eat fruits on Monday. No. You clearly have to get to the source, you clearly have to give medications, and then start the journey. Now, what that needs to be done is, what the government is doing is, can we then help people get into careers that have low barrier to entry? Which is where the software developers are beginning to start to say they are closing the gap. Because the barrier to entry is low. You don't have, the only thing you need is a laptop. You don't need to know where Silicon Valley is to say you're a developer. But that is different with hardware. It's completely different. And that is where well, we always go the easy route, and we have tried to solve it in this route. Even solving the software, we're not solving it properly, because we are almost doing quantity over quality. So I think, and so that's what we're doing. But in terms of what should happen for the hardware is, first, maybe also to take the bullet to people who are finished. For every Nigerian who studied in a federal university or a state university, I think there is that burden to go back to our institutions and then say, well, though I went through a hardship coming out from this university and I'm doing this, can we start to give back? And let government recognize that in a way. Because we envy universities abroad. We say Stanford has one of the highest donations from alums. Well, alums give the money. Can we say that for our own institutions back home? Because it is getting very glaring. The government cannot fund tertiary education the way it should. People are saying, government, take your hands off tertiary education. Let these people make their money. Provide student loans for those who want to do it. But until we do that, we need that support, which is people having to say, an example is, can we even start setting up, our plants, our centers within tertiary institutions? If anybody has visited University of Ilorin, you can almost drive from the gates of University of Ilorin to the first car park, and you would drive almost 20 minutes, and it's just free arable land, nothing even planted. Can we have can government allow private firms to set up their companies within the universities? By doing that, the students are exposed to what the future is. They are beginning to understand that, well, this is what I've been taught in class, but that's not clear. That's clearly not what they're doing. Without Stanford University, there cannot be a Silicon Valley. So we need to have that. Government needs to be open to say, let us take the bullet. We've not done what we should do. Can we allow the private sector to come in? The cost of getting landed property in a tertiary institution will be cheaper than getting one outside the tertiary institution. Allow them come in there, allow them build, so that the students have that connection. Another thing is bring industry into academia. Now, I say that the academia is very protective of itself. Like, professors don't want you teaching their students because they think you've not done a PhD. They don't have to do a PhD. Bring them in as adjunct lecturers. Let the students understand that, well, this is what I've taught by the book, but this is what the industry entails. This is what I need to know. This is what I need to become. Because the students don't see that, because they don't have that, the next thing in their mind is, I want to leave the country, because they don't see that light within their immediate environment. And people start to leave. The question is, who then do we have? We then have the rest, who clearly could not have led because they don't have any talent. And then we then have to use them whether we like it or not. Hence, we then say manufacturing gives us low quality. If you don't have the good quality staff, you cannot build high quality products and services. So I think government understanding that gap is because of failure of investment in tertiary education. And how do we do it? Incentivize the private sector to come in and close that gap. Let them build. I like the fact that Nord Factory, the producers of Nigerian-made vehicles, has a plant in the University of Lagos. So you can imagine a student who wants to go into automobile, seeing that is a factory. He goes in there, is exposed. Can we have more of that in institutions? And maybe for private institutions who want to help close the gap, can they be incentivized? If you train 500 graduates in 2 years to work with you, can you get X amount of gap? The private sector will start building schools themselves, because everybody wants tax incentive. Everybody wants more profits. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I mean, that was a mouthful. Round of applause for that. unfortunately, one of the only things that stuck in my head was when he mentioned Ilori. I thought he was trying to drag Ife, and compare both schools together. But we'll be fine. We'll be fine. But thank you. That is very, very insightful, right? I think it's also it could be a larger session by itself. I'm coming back to you, Mr. Teniola, and this is another aspect, right? I mentor quite a number of people, right? I have a lot of people who have come, a lot of young people who have come and said, what do I do next? At very early stages. Sorry, I'm advocating for this sector. I mean, there's so many things we could mentor for people's lives, relationships, but for our sector, bringing people to understand that there's value that can be harnessed within this sector. My question to you is: you've been a mentor for too many people, to so many people, and it's very straightforward. How can we get our senior colleagues, senior players in the sector, how can we get them in the face of these young people? How can we get them to understand the role, the importance of mentorship, especially at the early stages? How can we also, really just get them to take it as a sense of duty to inspire the next set of leaders that will drive the infrastructure space that we serve in today? I know we're having a conversation earlier at the back around succession planning within the space. How do we ensure that there is a plan for many of these great, look at the likes of Microsoft, Google. It has evolved beyond the owners. Apple, the owner is passed on. How do we
Yeah, thanks for that question. And Doctor, you touched on some very good points. I think right now we have people like my brother, Tunde Koka, and a few others that sort of set the path going. And at IPNX, we have a leader who's been in the industry for as long as I've been in the industry, maybe most exclusively in Nigeria, for instance. I've come from different parts of the world, but still, the same issues are there. How do you let go? When is it the time to leave that stage? And do you feel confident that you have the right set of people to take it to the next level? Because I'll tell you something. Wale touched on some point. He's right. So, I don't want you to calculate my age, but I'm not quite on the 6th floor, but I'm getting close there. So my skill sets and my focus were in the switching fabric networking core area. But then I had exposure, like you said. So the university that I was incubated itself with companies that gave you exposure to technology. So you weren't just doing the academics, you were doing the Sorry about that. So you weren't just doing the academics, you're doing the practical. So you had the opportunity to have the theoretical understanding and then the application of it. In this day and age, we talk more of skills, especially digital skills. So unless the young digital talent has access to those platforms, the tools, the environments to actually demonstrate their talents, then it goes it doesn't become a productive element to the organization. So what we need is essentially those that have had those experiences to create not only the awareness in the industry, that a certain career path can take them to be at a level where they can attract the necessary funding to do a startup that is building the next hyperscale. For instance, I'll just give an example. Or to create infrastructure that fills the gap that we know that we need in Nigeria. It's essentially having them also to be aware that they need to create an environment where those in university understand that there are these opportunities. And when I speak about opportunities to actually develop your career in the fiber industry, or in the data center industry, or in the tower industry, and how the whole ecosystem works. I think it's quite, at the moment, disjointed. I mean, you can have diasporans who, a bit like myself, or like Tunde, or Funke Opeke, I think you mentioned, in the program, who have come from diaspora and are willing to sacrifice and put themselves on stage, make themselves present, to actually demonstrate that there is a career path you can take and that you can lead great companies to actually fill the digital gap. But those are not so many. I mean, it's very challenging to actually build digital infrastructure. Not to say it's impossible, but I think the tenacity for the youth at the moment is that they want the glamorous jobs. They want the quick wins. And those quick wins are measured maybe in 3 years, 4 years after you graduate. But in our career, I mean, you're talking about 10 years, 15 years. I mean, I'm talking about almost 30 years now being in the industry, or even slightly more. Tunde is probably the same. So there's a longer threshold before you can reach that top level. So I think for us as mentors, if we take that message to them that there's a rewarding career, it's actually very exciting. You're actually making significant changes to lives of millions of people. I mean, GSM, for instance, when it started out, I remember when I was in the labs working on this protocol, thinking it would only affect maybe 2 million, 3 million people. It's billions of people that you can impact. And I think there's a lot more that you get from that you've been able to impact the world and move it to another level from where it was maybe decades ago. That gives some form of comfort. So I think there needs to be that environment that brings those that are in the industry, that are almost exiting, to engage with those that are just coming in, so that they can see a pathway to progress their career. I think that's the best way. Now, on the succession part, which is a complicated issue, I think we mentioned it, succession planning should be a process. I truly believe it should be a process. It shouldn't be done ad hocly. I mean, there's some idiosyncratic issues in our culture. You know, people don't like to say that they want to leave or they're going to die. You know, that's taboo. But there's a realization that, you know, there has to be a legacy left after you've put in all your effort in developing a great infrastructure company, for instance. You need to be able to find a process that fits the organization in a way that the right talents and skills are identified probably at a very early stage, you know, not when they're probably at the executive level. I would argue, you know, as soon as you see that there's talent, yes, you can refine it. There's no problem actually them teaching different proprietary, I would say, quote unquote, systems, but there's something beyond just the technical hard skills. There's the softer skills, how to manage diverse remote working employees, for instance. So you have to have systems that, and an appreciation that the softer skills will be able to mold and address this global talent that's out there, as well as local talent that you might have. Otherwise, it becomes ad hoc and it tends to fail. And I think that's an area that I think research and development should look at, and also that we should start to adopt in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's important sometimes if it's, and I'll re-emphasize that point. If it's ad hoc, it tends to fail. You need to plan it. You need to find the right people with the right, who understand the visions behind these organizations. You need to take time. It takes time to train them and, you know, try and just incorporate the right culture that would keep those companies going. I don't know, do we have time for questions? Okay, we don't. We've gotten the buzzer twice that we've gone beyond our time. I'm just going to start from the end of the room, Wale, and we'll come all the way to Dr. Akim. Parting statements around talent in our space, from the primary, secondary, tertiary, in organizations, in Nigeria, Africa, the world at large, whatever your parting speech might be.
All right, tough one. I think the word out there might be a cliche. Wherever we are, whatever stage we are, let's just keep pushing it. Let's just keep pushing it. And always And I'll say it this way, right? A candle loses nothing by lighting another one. Share that knowledge with someone, share that opportunity with another person, and we are all the better for it. Thank you.
Yes, your parting speech, Mr. Teniola.
Oh, I didn't realize. Closing remarks. I think there's a great opportunity for digital talents. I think that is tremendous scope for the Nigerian youth. I believe that with the demands and the actual benefits that can come from acquisition of digital talents and the skill sets, there's a lot of areas that the youth can go to. So I think personally, I'm positive in terms of the gap. I think it will be filled if governments, the schools, and the companies out there can collaborate and form an alliance that creates an ecosystem where it's synergistic and it creates an opportunity for those with digital talents to come on board to create the next unicorns that will drive Nigeria forward. Thank you.
Mr. Wale.
Okay, so I'm just going to go to what I learned from my very first manager. And his name is Felix Onjoku. And he told me that, he said, Wale, I'll teach you everything I know because that's the only way I can move up. If I don't teach you, I won't move up. So he taught me everything he knew and he moved up. And then I moved. And that's the rule that I've followed in life generally. And I think that's the way we can start by bridging this gap, letting the people behind us know everything we know so we can move up and learn new things. And learning is continuous. And for our companies, where I work currently, what we do is we create customized learning journeys for everybody that comes in. And you can, from that, using AI, using technology, you can know where each person will fit in. Somebody might come in as a techie, and in 6 months' time, you find out that this person just has a buzz. And he himself finds out that he's probably a person, a people leader. So we should allow people to be able to flow around where their careers will learn and grow up and let learning be continuous. And in that, we'll be able to fill in the gaps, fill up the gaps, and ensure that these things don't happen again, and then we can grow as a nation and as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To round up,
Okay.
Dr. Akim.
Thank you very much. I think I would come in from the government and the policy angle, and the thing is two things. One, if we say there is a gap and we don't have data to analyze that gap, then we are not ready. I keep saying that if anybody says we don't have enough doctors in Nigeria, what I'll ask you is, are you saying we don't have enough consultants? Are you saying we don't have enough medical officers? If you say consultants, I'll say, I say we don't have enough pediatricians. So we need to be very specific. Where are these gaps and how are we trying to close them? Two is that the private sector has a huge role to play in helping. They don't have to own it's not their problem, it's the government's problem, but the private sector needs to help the institutions to solve that problem. The cheapest way to get talent is via our tertiary institutions. It's cheaper than trying to train entry-level talent yourself. So I'm advocating that the private sector works hand in hand with these institutions. If each bank can take just one faculty of management science in every university and ensure that at least we can channel our CSR towards supporting and giving these people better infrastructure, better exposure to the lecturers, we will dish out thousands of banking and finance graduates that do not need you to then invest more in training them when they're done. So the problem exists, but one person cannot solve it all. We need to come together to solve it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Round of applause to members of this panel. I appreciate your input. And I'm not going to end up with my thoughts on the sector. I'll take what the panelists, members of my panel have said. It's not as bleak as we think it is. We have the natural resources in terms of people. It's now time to refine it. All of us have a role to play in that, and we need to start as early as possible. There's so much work that needs to be done in terms of how we showcase the sector, how we pass knowledge by virtue of our curriculum. There's a lot of work that needs to be done by our mentors. The business opportunities are there, taking the person on, giving the person the first opportunity in the startup sector, we call it first check. You know, the first opportunity to understand what the sector could do to their lives and how it could change their lives and change their environment. But I'll stop here. Thank you very much, and hopefully we can take it from here in the next discussions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our panelists and the moderator. Thank you. Quite insightful and intriguing conversations. Can we come together for a photo session, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. As we wrap up today's event, Malami asked a very profound question, and it was, what is the government doing? And I find that question really profound, but you know, way beyond just asking, what is the government doing? Hakeem also made reference to the fact that it has to be collaborative. So we've gone beyond competition to collaboration. We have to work hand in glove to ensure that we carry everybody along, the private sector, government, education. It's important that we come together. And gatherings like this just literally exposes us to informations, interesting conversations like this. But way beyond having these conversations, it's important that we take purposeful actions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this beautiful occasion to an end, I would love to call on the convener, Hyperscaler Convergence Africa 2024, no other person but the talented, amazing Temitope Oshorinde. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause as he comes on stage. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Good evening. I think this is the part everybody has been looking forward to, the thank yous. And I'm thankful that you stayed this long, given the fuel-induced queues and if you're buying petrol at 900-ish naira, and you braved it to come here, you deserve a resounding round of applause, please. So I don't think I can say anything more than what has been said very extensively by our speakers. The panelists were great. They were on fire. They were on fire. They were on fire. And we stand at this critical point. We have a path. We have several paths, but we have a clear path that we can take. And the power of convergence is about aggregating people to address some of these inherent challenges we have faced for so long, working collaboratively. And I believe that we've been able to achieve that. Next steps now is to see how well we can amplify the outcomes of this conference and get this information and this to the right people. So that said, thank you all very much. Thank you to our partners, to our sponsors, and to you that came here. Thank you all, and have a safe trip back to your destinations. Thank you.